I don't know why it kept playing the music. It shouldn't have. Happy Saturday. I hope everybody's enjoying the expansion. I'm assuming if you're here, it's because you're playing the expansion as well. It's day 2 of, I guess, pre-release, if that's what you want to call it. I'm already level 84 on my dancer. Soup's excited. I did not do my roulettes and stuff today yet. I did do it yesterday. I'm in the wrong screen. What am I doing? But I was just unlocking other dungeons today, but I'll get through this shit today sometime too. I hope everybody's having a fabulous Saturday. I'm just running back up to that turn-in so I can continue the MSQ. Those of you that are in the Discord, we did watch Squid Game again last night. We watched it, I think we watched 4 episodes, so we're on episode 9 now. It's a really weird but good show. Super weird, super good though. It's up north, right? Okay, perfect. We did get to the first Endwalker dungeon yesterday, right at the end of the stream. We did it, we completed it. Surprisingly, I did the mechanics very, very well, which is very, very surprising for me. Oh my goodness, it's running. I don't want to complain because at least I'm able to hop on a mount, right? But it's just, I cannot wait until I unlock flying again. I just ripped out my cord, so let me plug that back in. Everything hurts. Does the game have you in the field, Buck? No? Oh, just your whole body hurts? No, H21. What's 821? The game definitely got me in the feels. What do you think? I have no idea. I wouldn't ask if I knew. Oh, the Q is 821. That's not too bad compared to what it's been. I know yesterday Quicken was trying to get in and he had something like 4,000 something and then like 5,200 another time or something like that. I logged in today at, let me see what time. 9:14 a.m. and the queue, it was 18. It's all about that time. It's all about that time. Okay, so announcements. I'm just going to dive into those real quick. So streaming today, 12 to 6. I apologize that I was a few minutes late. I had a child thing that I had to deal with. So, but it's okay. It was just like a last minute thing, but not like an emergency, but she needed me and I had to run. So, sorry for being late, but we're here. We're going to stream until 6, maybe a little bit after 6. We'll see, because she does require pickup later. So we'll see if she's ready. Everything all good? It's as good as it's going to be. As good as it's going to be. It's good. To go into a friend's house, that's all it was. But she needed to talk about something. She needed some advice. And it was like the kind of advice that you can't do in a second. You know what I mean? So we're also streaming tomorrow, 12 to 6. We're going to continue through MSQ, obviously. And then next week, we're doing 12 to 9s, 12 p.m. to 9 every day. And then the goal is hopefully I will be done with the MSQ stuff by that Friday. So that way, the weekend I could go back to my normal schedule, which is Monday through Friday, 6:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. Is that what you're doing? To get rid of potential distractions, just sending them to a friend's house? No, actually, she did not know I was streaming this weekend when she originally made plans to go to her friend's house. And then this week, or this past week, when I was sitting there talking to her, because obviously, you know, I told my child about my schedule change, and I was telling her, like, okay, so this is my plan for the weekend. And she was even like, you know, hey, that works out because, you know, I'm going to be at so-and-so's house. So that's perfect. And I'll just make sure that we go before you stream. And then you pick me up after you stream. So she's been she's had her moments. There's been moments where she's been extremely, extremely positive about it and extremely, extremely, like, helps me work around it. But then there has also been times, obviously, because it's a big change from, you know, Ma not being available completely. But she knows that she can, you know, message me on Discord and stuff like that, and I'll take a break or whatever if I need to. And I've done that already. So it's working out. It's working out. So plus she also understands that this change this week is just because there's an expansion and yada, 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 which she's surprisingly very excited for. Very excited for me for this expansion. So yeah. Good to hear. Yeah, it is good. It is good. So her and I have a very, very good relationship. Like, obviously we have a mother-daughter relationship, but we also have a very good, like, best friend relationship. So, and she truly is like my little best bud. Excited she will know you're distracted. Maybe that's why she's excited. But so I'm kind of a helicopter parent a little bit. Not like a terrible one, but a little bit. Like, so for example, she's at her friend's house today and she knows she has to text me or message me on Discord, even if it's just a period or something, every, like, you know, hour and a half or so, something like that. Because in 2 hours, I'm going to get a little nervous. Like, hey, are you okay? Name a mother that isn't a helicopter parent. Mine. My mom was not a helicopter. My mother was not a helicopter parent. She could not give a... Actually, that's not true. She did give a shit as long as her needs were met first. But it do be what it do be. But anyway, so getting back to my chitlin. So yeah, that's about the helicopter-y thing that I do, is just I need constant communication when she's not here. So, and it's not that I don't trust her or anything like that. I trust her 100%. Even, and it's funny because she'll attempt to lie to me. She's, you know, she's 15. She's testing those boundaries and stuff. And I'll kind of let her do it, even though I know it's a blatant lie. But she just feels so guilty that within minutes, she's like, ma, shit. Like, obviously she doesn't say shit, but she'll be, ma, you know, like, damn it. Like, okay, so that was a lie. Let me retract that lie and fix it, which is quite hilarious, I think. So, can't imagine how it's going to be when she gets a car. Well, as of now, and I'm sure this will probably change, she has absolutely zero interest in driving. Zero. None. She's also of the mindset that when it's time to go to college, that she's going to go to a college nearby because she wants to stay home. Because she wants, what was the wording she used? I want my mama's grub. And you won't make me pay rent, I believe was the exact verbiage she used. So we'll see. We'll see how that changes, though. I mean, me, when I was younger and living with my parents and stuff like that, I definitely, from the get-go, I was like, I'm going to college in Alaska or San Francisco. Like, I want to be as far away from you guys as possible. I was driving when I was like 14 and 15. Yeah. So, like, I definitely wanted to drive. So, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. So, she's a very coddled child, and she knows it. but she's also very, very independent and self-sufficient. So we'll see. We'll see what happens when it comes time to start driving. So we just got done doing the... Well, you at least was get me the hell out of here from what I heard. I definitely was. And actually, the day I turned 18, I was on my way to San Francisco. And then, so I'm sure y'all know, because I've said it a few times on stream, that I live in the state of Pennsylvania. And that's where my parents, or where my current house is. And that's where my mom lived in New Jersey. My dad lived in Pennsylvania, but it's like literally like on the border. You really hate PA? I do. I hate this state. I hate this state very, very much. So, but anyway, excuse me. The college that I was going to go to in San Fran ended up not working out. Came back home. And then I was 19 and I left. And when I say left, I mean, I left in the middle of the night with my car, my credit cards, and my clothes, and just started driving. And I ended up in Illinois. And I stayed there for 3 years. For real. There's a whole lot more to the story that I'm not comfortable divulging, but literally, I made a split-second decision that I was going to leave the state in the middle of the night. It was like 1 a.m. when I left. And threw all my clothes in the car and drove. Started driving. Really sorry? There's nothing to be sorry about. For real. So many good things came from it. Some not great things came from it too, but a lot of good. I wouldn't have my child. I wouldn't have gotten married. I wouldn't have, met my, well, now ex-husband, but, and I wouldn't have my child. So honestly, best thing that ever happened to me. So I promise it was all okay. It was scary. It was definitely scary at the time. So, could you imagine what's going through your head when there's something going on in life that you think your only decision is to grab your shit and go, and then building a pretty good life on your own, completely by yourself. But I did it. All right, so going back to MSQ. I had to convince several of my friends not to do that. Oh my goodness. It is very difficult. Very, very, very difficult. Unfortunately, I did not have anyone to hold my hand or anything like that. It is what it is. But I did it. Again, I did it. We survived. We played the cards that we were dealt, and we did it. And here we are. So back to the MSQ. So yesterday we completed the dungeon where we we destroyed the tower and we rescued all the people in there. I had to even step in and get them family counseling. See, that was not an option for us, unfortunately. But again, yep. Moving on. Hopefully they're all okay and everything's working out. And they're learning, whatever they need to learn to get through it. Whatever coping skills and stuff. So anyway, yep, we saved everybody that was captured, or I don't want to say captured because they were kidnapped and then they were like infused into the tower, right? So, and then this is the turn in literally right after the dungeon. Also, one thing I wanted to know, it is definitely Emmett Selk's voice narrating. For a minute there, I thought it was Fan Daniel, but even yesterday, throughout the stream, I was saying, I think that's Emmett Selk. And then after a little bit, I was like, well, maybe it's Fan Daniel, because it kind of sounded like Fan Daniel as well for a moment. 100%. Somebody else spoiled for me that it's definitely Emmett Selk. 1,000%. So, moving forward. Liberated prisoners are being transported to Radzet's hand for treatment. So that's all those elephant people. I can't remember what their name is again, but they're being transported for treatment. Alice and Y'shtola will oversee the administration of the tempering treatment. with support from those who know a healing spell or two. Yeah, the elephant people. I don't know. I can't remember what their race is. We'll go and join them in the city once you've had a moment to catch your breath. You may now enter with the NPC avatars. Okay, cool, sweet. I also picked up, I don't have it on my quest log, but I did go pick up the quest to unlock Reaper and the quest to unlock Sage, which I already had the Sage one yesterday. I'm sorry, I've seen so many other stuff, I forget. I forgot too. I think it starts with an H. That race is the one alchemist. Mm-hmm. I'm sure it's going to remind us here in a second. Had enough rest, have you? You never were one for being idle. Right. Varshan bade us come to Meghaduda at our earliest convenience. The others will join us there once they have finished tending to the prisoners. Oh, wait, on second thought, you and Estinian should go on ahead. I need to make a quick detour by the Great Work. We left Graha in the alchemist's care, you see. Best to fetch him before he's crammed into a specimen jar. It's you and me, then. The guardsman at the gate should wave us through. Oh, excellent. It looks like we're actually going into the city now, instead of the, standing at the gate and seeing the tour through the gate and then not being able to go in. Oh, ball sacks, okay. Let me not aggro. Well, I guess I'm gonna aggro everything. So, super cool thing that I found. Those of you in the free company know that, like, I always take, like, I will greed all the gear in a run. Oh, got another minion. And then turn it in the Grand Company thing for seals, but then it also levels the free company, right? So I've been doing that like crazy, and then I've been running out of things to purchase with the seals. Like now I have 10 of these peppers that I'm probably never going to use, just because I'm trying to like use the seals as I get them, so I'm not always... Can you trade that minions? The minion that I have? It says market prohibited, so unique and tradable. No. But anyway, no. I'm buying something else. There is 2 new things in there in the at the quartermaster, right next to the dude where you turn in the gear from the dungeons and stuff like that. For 20,000 seals, it gives you a box. I can't remember what it's called exactly. It's at the very bottom of the material tab, I think. But it gives you 2 options. One of them is for a cache for a random minion from like Stormblood and Beyond and before or something like that. And then the other one is like from Shadow. I can't remember, but you'll see it. It's literally a box and you open it and it gives you a random minion. Well, I had like 90,000 seals earlier today, so I got 4 minions, did a whole bunch of turn-ins, and then got another 3 minions from it. So I finally got the Morpho butterfly. I ended up getting that out of one of those caches. So super excited because that's kind of awesome. So another way to get minions. It's random which one you get. I did end up getting one that I already had, which I put it up, you know, for sale because I was able to sell that particular one. So super excited if you want to get minions. And you have seals to burn. There's a way. Ah, honored scions. You're free to enter at your leisure. Leisure. And I cannot leave my post, I'm afraid. You must make your own way. Should you require directions in the city, the sentry stationed at the fountain atop the steps would be glad to assist you. Let me mute my phone. There we go. All right, Estinian, what you got to say? Oh, also, somebody please remind me to go get my gear for the Black Mage, the level 80 stuff out in what is it, Tempest? I think it's out in Tempest. I have to do that yet, and I remembered it earlier today. I did write it down somewhere, but I lost my notebook already. Let's see. Though I have been to Radzatan before, this place is a veritable maze. Rather than risk getting lost, we had best ask for directions from the sentry at the fountain. Lead the way, and don't expect me to act like your tour guide like certain others. He's accompanying me! I'll just tell you, go to the Crystarium and pick up the Poetic Skier. For the Black Mage. I mean, I want to get it just so I have it, you know what I mean? Oh, shitballs. I lost my tab. Why is Cortana open? Mistress Fire, I presume. I understand you are here for an audience with the Satrap. Satrap? If you require directions to Meghaduda, I should be glad to provide them. The Satrap's residence is situated in Dharma, the highest part of Radzatan. To get there, I would ordinarily recommend a route that takes you by the bazaars in the city's north. Due to the state of alert, however, most businesses are currently closed, and the Aetheryte disabled. As such, I will provide you with an alternate path. First, please ascend to the steps next to this fountain, then continue left. There will be more steps, and upon ascending them, you'll emerge on Paxa's path. Proceed through the large door on the right, and you'll arrive at Ruveda Fibers. Within, you'll find another sentry who'll give you further guidance. Excuse me. In other words, we head up. Straightforward enough. We're not gonna do that. We're gonna do that eventually, but let's get the Aetherites while we're here. We'll get them on the way and stuff. Oh shit. I guess I'm not doing that. I really did think. The game trolled me. I guess I trolled myself though, really, to be honest. Then go up the steps and go left. Here we are. Heading to Meghaduta, are you? In that case, please follow this hallway to my right and go through the door at the top of the stairs. You'll emerge at the entrance to the airship landing, where another sentry should be on hand to assist you. Incidentally, if you ascend the steps to either side of me, you'll find the workshops of Ruveda Fibers. Though you're free to observe the artisans, take care not to lose your way. I'm busy. I got shit to do. Did I go the wrong way already? Oh, look at that. There's a lookout point there. I unlocked the sightseeing stuff already, so I'm just gonna go ahead and snag that real quick while I'm here. Got him. Okay, so they said to go... Where the hell did they say to go? Oh, there's a talking thing here, too. Let's talk. Let's have a chat with Estinian real quick. I haven't had any one-on-one time with Estinian in a minute. Ah, Thavnarian Weave. Hard to imagine more vibrant stuff. I dare say Amaric would be partial to the gold thread. And the blue, of course. He loves his blue. I've never put much thought into what I wear. A spare set of clothing is usually all I carry, and if that isn't enough, I can always obtain something locally. That is true. You do usually wear the same thing. So I gotta go maybe up and out. Quicken! With 69 bits. That's funny. 2 ways. Oh, look at that little lookout spot. I cannot wait to fucking struggle and get that. If you are here for an airship, I'm afraid all flights have been suspended until further notice. So this state of alert is still in effect. Perhaps it's for the best. That aside, we're not here for an airship. We have business at Meghaduta. Oh, in that case, permit me to direct you. From here, it's quite simple, really. Ascend these steps and then continue straight across and across the bridge. Wait, straight ahead and across the bridge. You cannot miss it. Can I attune to this? Yes. You guys are gonna laugh, but I already forgot what he said. Where do you say to go? Ascend these steps and then continue straight and cross the bridge. Okay, God. Jesus. My brain. Ooh, Estinian, let's have a chat! I remember passing by here with Varshan. The situation being as it was, he regretted not being able to show us the sights. Life has yet to return to normal here, but when it does, you ought to pay another visit. Though the city is confusing, the food is quite good. I'm partial to hamsa myself. The meat's surprisingly tender and flavorful. Squawk. Squawk. You're talking about eating it literally right in front of its face. Is that another ether? Right? I did I attune to that one? I think I don't remember. That's okay. We'll run around later and do them when I can get the main one. Aha! Meghaduta attendant. Greetings and welcome to Meghaduta. May I inquire after your business? We're members of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, come at an invitation of His Excellency. Of course, we have been expecting you. I will show you into the audience chamber. If you'd please follow me. Oh my goodness, I forgot to tell you all. So you guys know I have the Final Fantasy cookbook, but I'm making the Mikot kebabs today. I have them all ready. You just gotta throw them in the oven around 2 o'clock. And that's what's for dinner today. I'm very excited. I didn't put them on sticks, though. I don't like putting stuff on sticks like that.
Are we the last to arrive? I hope we've not kept you waiting.
Not at all. Your comrade is feeling better, I trust.
Much better, thank you. Harnish remedies are certainly potent in more ways than one.
Harnish, that's the elephant people, right?
One becomes accustomed to the taste, although I hope you never have cause to do so. Pray, take your ease.
Punish is the culture. Okay. Shit.
Full glad I am to see you all unharmed.
What you looking at me for, Graha?
Valiant scions, for your heroism, you have my boundless gratitude. You cast down that dire tower and set free its hapless captives. You cleanse their souls of its corrupting influence. No words of thanks will suffice. In place of platitudes, I offer a bounty of warding scales.
I want those elephant statues. Which ones?
Accept your due reward, along with the goodwill of Radzatan.
The ones that...
Alchemists throughout the land were put to work in the forging of your talismans. The finished ones have been collected, and now await you at the high crucible of Alchemia.
Are they the ones where the trunks go into like a planter?
This letter when you are ready to take them into your possession.
Yeah, I like them too.
We are humbled by your generosity.
The one behind Alphino, right?
Know that the inventive wisdom of Radzat-Han will be vital in restoring serenity to our star.
Every single one of those scales came from you, didn't they? You must still be in such pain.
Oh, damn! Looks like a chicken wing right before you fry it.
No moment, a mere annoyance compared to the dreadful suffering inflicted upon this land and its people.
Albeit brief, my involvement in the Dragonsong War afforded me a glimpse of the myriad sorrows which consumed both dragon and man. Though you were half a world away, such tragedies as befell your kin must have affected you deeply.
I'm sure it did.
And yet, you chose to live among men.
In the age when that conflict first bloomed, my choice had already been made. In some distant place, man slew dragon, and dragon slaughtered man. Yet no hate could I muster for those smiling faces which did look to me for guidance. Not even my brother's righteous rage could rally me to his cause. I huddled here, secret and still, hoping against hope that which I had built would remain untouched by the chaos and carnage.
Twould seem we share the same desire for peace, great Vritra. To that end, I wonder if we might trouble you with another question.
I feel so bad for the
Our
dragon.
are intent on recreating the final days, an apocalyptic event which we know to predate the sundering of the star. As the longest lived among us, know you aught of this terrible cataclysm?
Was that a nod? I can't tell.
Nay, when war and strife drove my sire from his home, he crossed the great expanse with only our unhatched eggs as company. He alighted upon a shattered source, its 13 reflections long since scattered beyond the rift. Of events preceding his arrival, he knoweth naught, save that which Hydralin hath deigned to disclose.
The way that he kind of said that Hydaelyn has deigned to disclose.
I see. So again, 'tis the inscrutable Hydaelyn to whom you must look for answers.
Seek you to divine the will of this star? If so, I have a tale which may afford you some small comfort. 'Tis a story from my youth, many, many years ago. To my sire, I once posed the question, of all the stars in the sky, why didst thou settle upon this one? To which Midgardsummer did reply, 'twas the last bastion of hope.
Wait.
He
Okay.
believed so long as Hydaelyn endured, so too might dragonkind.
Okay. Oh, all right. I follow. Okay.
And portentous were his words. What deeper meaning they held, I could not, dared not pursue. 'Tis a stone I've left unturned ever since.
No, I got confused for a second with what he was saying, but then I'm okay now.
Take you solace in the knowledge that whatsoever Hydaelyn does strive towards, 'tis an ideal which hath earned my sire's conviction.
Thank you, Vritra. You've given us warm reassurance in a world gripped by cold uncertainty.
While I'm sure we all have a great many questions, I think it's time we collect the talismans and be on our way. Our fight against the Telophoroi is far from finished.
So, are we gonna go destroy like every single tower? Like, is that?
We must take our leave, but please do inform us if we can provide any further assistance.
Cute little cutsy.
Prithee, a moment.
Uh-oh. He wants to have a private moment with me.
There is one whom my sire hath judged worthy of honor and respect. The one known to men as Eorzea's champion. This hero of renown and rumor, 'tis thee.
Oh, Midgar likes me. He and I have crossed paths, yes. He is kind of a butthole. I only wish he could be here with us now. Yeah, we crossed paths, yeah.
I knew it to be so. From man and dragon alike have I learned of thine exploits. 'Twas a revelation most pleasing that thou, a child of man, had gained Midgardsummer's trust. But alongside mine elation runneth a rivulet of dread. For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, weal enmeshed with woe. Amidst this tangled knot thou shalt know no rest. 'Tis an endless confluence of forces, a struggle without cease. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence.
I saw it, Buck. That's pretty funny. I hope it lets you log in. It doesn't let me log in when I have stuff like that where it's all question mark. Oh, no, Moon Brita! Papalimo! Minfilia! Oh god, Horserond! Jesus Christ, this game!
Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation. The hope thou wilt need come the end. Even cowering behind my curtain, I know the suffering of the powerful. I have watched my siblings driven mad by loss. Thus do I exhort thee to spare no effort to keep thy loved ones safe.
I do try. You see, they're setting us up for somebody to die so fucking hard right now. Limo hurt pretty hard. Pretty hard. But honestly, I think Harsh Font was the worst one. Moonbreeder...
We hadn't meant to interrupt.
Moonbreeder was not... I felt bad for Urianger. But... excuse me, my goodness. Honestly, God. Good God.
It's just that we do have a history of suddenly collapsing, and when you didn't follow us out...
They thought I passed out.
I must apologize. I have detained your champion overlong with idle chatter. Go. At war's end, I pray I welcome thee back into my hall, where together with thy joyful comrades, you may toast your triumph.
So what were you and Vritra talking about? Oh, you know, this and that. Nothing? Very well, if you say so. The others have gone ahead to the High Crucible. Let's catch up to them. What's that? Oh, Archon Loaf. The attendant was kind enough to give me directions to the High Crucible. First, let us return to the Mulberry Orchard. Man. You know what I also really like? And I mentioned this yesterday. I really like these lamps. I hope that's a fixture that you could get for like outside. They're really, really pretty. From here, we're supposed to follow the path left and past the mulberries. All right. I love how colorful this city is. Oh God, I'm going to say it every single time I'm in here too, because it's just like, it's almost like it's gaudy and I love it. So there's a bunch of villages in Poland where they paint their houses like this. Like the whole city, or the whole, I shouldn't say city, but the whole village is painted with like these exuberant colors and stuff like that. It's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Where the street turns, enter the door straight ahead, then descend the steps. I thought the Crystarium was confusing, but it doesn't compare to Radzatan. The architecture and decorations make it even harder to get your bearings. Anyway, let's see where this door takes us. Oh, look at those lights! Those lights are so pretty! My goodness. The aetheryte that I can't attune to. And here's the aetheryte plaza. So far so good, and there isn't much further to go. From here, we just need to cross the other side of the hall, then pass through the larger of the two doorways. The High Crucible lies beyond. I suspect the others have already collected the warding scales. Come, let us join them. Can I still not, no. Damn it. Oh, look at that. What is that? We'll go talk to you in a sec. Look at all the freaking colors. Jesus. That is so pretty. Okay, let's go do the... Oh my god, there's more. They're probably going to explain it to me what it is, right? We're last, of course, but at least we found the place.
These are the talismans we were promised.
Yes, and I made a quick count. There are far more than we could have hoped for. Enough to outfit an entire company of soldiers, in fact.
Nice.
Considering the involved process, that they were able to manufacture so many in such a short span of time is nothing short of a miracle.
Go them.
Once we have distributed them to our allies in Eorzea and the Far East, we'll have a fighting chance to bring down the other spires, just as we did with the Tower of Zot.
Or we could use them to invade Garlemald proper, and strike directly at the Telophoroid's base of operations.
Ooh, sounds like we have decisions to make.
Of course, we would need to consult with various alliance leaders before such a drastic measure could even be contemplated. To which end, I could set out forthwith and present the idea to each of our allies in person.
He just wants to go for the head of the snake.
Pray allow me to undertake some few of those journeys. I find myself restless and in need of purposeful duties.
So he's still probably thinking about Moonbreeda's family, right? Because he wanted to see them and they got moved to a different location when we got here? Or they moved to a different, like, job when we got here?
I can head eastward. Bosnia and Dalmasca are just a short hop from here. And Doma's shinobi network could come in handy for passing on the word.
We shall share the burden then. Meanwhile, I think it best that you and the others take the talismans back to the Baldessian Annex. We must keep them safe and secure until we've decided upon a course of action.
My fortune cookie says the hours that make us happy make us wise. What a shitty fortune.
Please, I must speak with you.
Nidhana. She seems to have recovered quickly and well.
Nidana, you're awake.
Nidana, my bad.
When I spoke with the carer at my bedside, she told me that one of the scions, a young woman, had cleansed me of the tower's corruption. It seems I'd been asleep ever since the treatment. But when I awoke and learned you were all still here, I knew I had to come.
As you said, Nidana was captured only recently.
Mm-hmm.
Such a brief exposure is swiftly cured, so I tended to her before we gathered at Megaduta.
Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense, yeah.
And I am truly grateful that you did. I cannot thank you enough. All of you, for everything you've done. Destroying the tower, rescuing our people. You've saved Thavnair from an awful fate.
It's what we do.
Yet who has truly saved whom?
What?
Due in no small part to thine inspirational courage, the alchemists were successful in reproducing warding scales of proven efficacy.
That is true.
Replications of thy work now stand ready to travel across the seas, unto the hands of those who might wield them against this rising evil.
We can never just take a compliment.
Is this true?
Yeah, we did save the world, but if you didn't do this, we wouldn't have been able to. I love it. Everyone's so sweet and humble and everything all the time. All the time.
from sleep. I didn't even think to ask. Oh, our great work sent across the seas.
Mm-hmm. Yes, girl.
It was worth it. Oh, it was all worth it.
What the hell? My flower!
Look at that. Its color is completely changed.
What do you have there?
A mood flower.
How unusual. I wonder if the effect is a reaction to Akasha.
I can't remember.
I'm not familiar with that term.
I can't remember what the colors do. I know, like, the black was supposed to be, like, depressed and upset.
It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feelings.
You imply that it is distinct from ether?
Foreign scholars often conflate the two, but we see them as separate concepts. Ether is an energy which permeates the land. It exists within animals, objects, even the air we breathe, affecting all through which it flows. Akasha, on the other hand, exists in a domain beyond our reach. A gift bestowed from on high, or torn from the heavens in some traditions. Akasha can neither be created nor destroyed. It is beyond our power to purposefully alter or manipulate.
Akasha?
The only thing observed to influence it is an abundance of, I want to say, spiritual emotion.
This is getting deep.
As a veteran of the battlefield, surely you've experienced moments of desperation or exaltation when you've transcended the usual limits of your capabilities.
I sure have.
That is a manifestation of Akasha, the invisible essence harnessed by heart, mind, and unyielding spirit.
I really must hear more about this theory. Our disciplines are based entirely upon the idea that ether is the fundamental form of all energy.
I'm glad my haphazard explanation has piqued your interest. But even for us, Akasha is a somewhat abstract field of study. A lack of practical application lends itself poorly to formalized research. Which is why my analysis of your flower can amount to little more than idle speculation. I am sorry.
Nonsense. You have nothing to be sorry for. Your insight is much appreciated.
I'm just standing there like, flower.
Shall we depart for Charlian then? I will see to it that the talismans arrive at the annex.
And we will be in touch once our talks are concluded. I suggest you rest while you can. From here onward, sleep is bound to be in short supply.
Is that their way of saying that the storyline is just gonna like explode from here? God, those crates are big. That's a lot of talismans they made. Damn. Speak with Kryl at the Valdesian and Annex. Excuse me. That's where we're going. Oh God, I love that feature so freaking much. I will never stop saying how much I love it. Kryle. It's good to be back, and with the fruit of our labors safely in storage. For now, we have but to wait for the others to return from their respective meetings with the Alliance leaders. As Thancred suggested, you should get some rest in the meantime. Welcome back, Fire. Kryle has apprised me of your recent accomplishments. What an amazing feat of to eliminate the tower and pave the way to deal with the rest. While it isn't much, I've changed your sheets and plumped up your pillow. After all, there's nothing like collapsing in a nice clean bed after completing a major milestone, be it penning a thesis or defeating dive-form entities. So would you like to take a look at your new improved lodgings now? Hell yeah! Well, I got kicked out, so I'm not going to be playing today. No! Do you have access to a VPN? It's almost like I'm waiting. Oh, the dragon. Mm-hmm. I'm doing my best. Here for the lurk bite. Thank you.
Good, you're here. You haven't eaten yet, have you? We've bought quite a spread if you're interested. Only the finest dining from the last stand.
Yes, girl. I wish someone would show up at my house IRL and just dump a bunch of food on me. I see macaroons. I see cookies. Is that pizza? It's pizza. A burger? This stuff in the cookbook? Yes. Hold on. I'll tell you what the burger is. Let me find it.
Lest you wonder, we invited Estinian as well. But he refused with a rather grim-faced, "No, thank you." I suspect Charlian cuisine is not to his liking.
I know that...
Oh, I don't know about that. Perhaps our lone wolf just needed some time apart.
I know the burger's in here, but I can't find it.
To perfect his brooding stare. Next time, I'll drag him out by the ear, sit him down in front of a Charlian feast, and see that he eats every last bite.
Yes, girl. Get him. Get him.
An excellent idea. Of all people, warriors must take proper meals and rest if they are to maintain a healthy constitution.
Poor Estinian, beset on all sides.
My face. I can't decide. I can't figure out like what I'm thinking.
Physical condition, Mistress Kryle. I hear you recently played literal host to Heidelin herself.
And what an experience that was. Tiring, yes, but no lasting harm done. If anything, I should have liked to speak with her longer. I've not felt a hint of her presence since.
Burger. Hi, Rogers.
Heidelin instructed you to carry that flower, yes?
He did. Boyga.
It will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. And then something about seeking joy in darkness, was it?
Mm-hmm.
Come to think of it, isn't that what happened with Nidana back in Radzat-Han?
The flower did seem to radiate a joyful glow, as if reflecting the elation we all felt. The relief of a people with renewed hope.
Indeed. And in turn, I felt buoyed by that radiance.
That image is great.
Spotting a beacon and knowing we were on the right path. I know we've not yet triumphed over the Telophoroi, or learned the full breadth of the Forum's plans.
He looks so happy, doesn't he?
But even within the midst of our struggles, we find small moments of joy to sustain us. Rare and hard-won, perhaps, but it is this pursuit of happiness that gives us the strength to carry on day after day.
Look at that cup of coffee. It's huge.
Hey, that's mine.
To the swift the spoils. Though I recall that levitation spell of yours was quick enough.
She literally yanked it from him.
Only barely. And even at my best, I'm still too slow to wield it effectively in battle. Mayhap I simply require more practice with this new magic.
I saw an 88 Reaper a few minutes ago. Damn.
Nommin, I presume.
Aye, and from a veritable mountain of arcane tomes at that.
I want that pizza.
'Twas necessary to facilitate my solitary explorations.
Or, to put it simply, you used it to sneak around the Forbidden Archives.
Yes, well, after a fashion.
He's giving you the cookie, stupid. Best part of that scene was me eating a burger when it started.
They're tall, you see. The shelves, they're too tall for me. And I could hardly move the library's platforms without attracting attention now, could I?
Oh.
It's a short joke. That's why he used the magic? Oh my god. Wow, he was hungry. I keep like looking at the, am I expecting like Ardbert to show up or something? Like what the hell? Are we pushing on until dawn? Shall we call it a night? You do know these are my quarters. What should I say? Are we pushing on until dawn? I'm tired.
I'm not that ambitious. But 'tis pleasant to idle away the hours every once in a while.
Yeah, now get out. Damn, they still talking. My flower. What does green mean? This motherfucker. For a minute there, I was like, do I have a queue? But I don't. Nice try, Rogers.
Enjoying the bracing cold, I see. Do you not own a warm coat or a cloak? Something in fur? Or fashioned from the skins of your enemies? Or... well, never mind that. I come to you once more as the bearer of bad news. Our tower in Thavner has been toppled, and I need not tell you by whom.
It was me!
Given how many we have at our disposal, the loss of a single spire is hardly fatal to our plans. It does, however, slow the rate at which we siphon ether.
Thank you for the lurk, Rogers.
If they continue to preoccupy themselves with the towers, then all will be well. But should our foe prove bold enough to strike at us here, then the timing becomes questionable.
Our foe is bold enough. Of that, I can assure you.
He probably wants us to come straight for him.
Yes, very well then. I suppose I must prepare a proper welcome, honestly. Talk of your nemesis is the only thing you seem to enjoy.
Mm-hmm.
Does nothing else spark your interest?
Absolutely not.
No. All else is equal. Equally tedious. Equally disappointing. The world is a tepid bog into which we sink, too weak to thrash as the mud clings to our eyes and fills our throats till we blissfully choke. But then came the light, blinding and pure and hot, so very hot, enough to set my soul aflame.
He's talking about me, like I'm the light.
I basked in the afterglow until the void yawned once more. And then I knew the muck would never claim me again. There was naught for me ahead, so I drew the curtain on all that had come before. Burn, burn, let the whole star burn. I will have my contest. I will reclaim my moment.
So his whole reasoning for going along with this is just to spark another fight with me, right? Like that's really his whole or with the Warrior of Light. I shouldn't say with me, but with the Warrior of Light, right? Like that's what I've been gathering.
How wonderful that the emptiness of death has not dissuaded you from committing your life to its pursuit once more. I don't know whether to envy you or pity you.
You should pity him. You should pity yourself, too.
You question my disinterest, but what of yours? Despite your noisome antics, I sense you take little pleasure in this endeavor.
Mercy, my lord.
Pikachu face.
Such pointed barbs from one who barely acknowledges my existence.
I mean, he is talking to you.
Nevertheless, you are mistaken. For I do find this part somewhat enjoyable. You see, when I was mortal, I would always have the same dream. It was a fragmented thing, disjointed. All the faces incomplete. The setting, too, was unknown to me. So I thought it simply a fantasy of my sleeping mind. Until one day, I realized it was showing me the truth. Much as your dream of the final days enlightened you. And soon, very soon, the rest of the world will see the truth of my dream, too.
I really hate Fan Daniel. Like, he's just a crazy...
Yes. I think that is something we can both enjoy.
He's just crazy. I would like to die, and I want everybody to die with me. And, I had a dream. The dream made me do it. It said Graha and Crow were having a pleasant conversation before I barged in. There you are. Feeling refreshed, I hope. I was about to make my way to the studium as it happens. I wanted to try and speak with Scholaric Montachain and thank him for coming to our rescue in the Rostra. As it turns out, he'd come here to see us following the hearing, only to find that we'd already departed for Thavnair. Knowing him, he was probably hoping to chew the cud with his former students. Since we're still waiting for Y'shtola and the others, I thought now the perfect time to pay him a visit. Care to join me? Why not? Then it's settled. The twins will be coming too, assuming Alphino can tear himself away from his new toys. I'll let you rally the troops while I go on ahead to Phenomenon. Considering my recent impropriety, perhaps I should avoid showing my face around the studium for a time. That might be for the best. If the others should return, tell them we will not be long. Alice. Ooh, there's Alphino practicing with his thingies. Heading out for a stroll. Well, kind of. The Scholar himself was here? In that case, what are we waiting for? I thought we were going to be running and I literally took a giant, like, cracker in my mouth. Hold on. I too am eager to see him, though I somewhat dread the thought of visiting the studium. I dare say our notoriety precedes us. Alphino, of all people worrying over his reputation, and at our alma mater no less, will wonders never cease. You'll understand soon enough. Off we go. We're going to the studium, right? Forgot. I don't need to look. I can just do this. All right, y'all. I'm gonna grab another cracker. I'm starving. I haven't eaten yet today. I hope she talks through it so I can stuff some more crackers in my God damn it. Here it is, Phenomenon. While I expect you made note of it before, one can hardly miss it. This is the first time you've been here on official business, correct? While most of the space is taken up by expansive auditoriums, it also houses numerous laboratories, testing grounds for experimental magics, and a host of administrative offices and so forth. As the center of what would later become the studium, it was established to promote the study of etherological phenomena, hence the name. Though with ether being a fundamental aspect of nature, its scope expanded to include every conceivable facet of life and even the universe itself. And then, in the 432nd year of the Sixth Astral Era, Phenomenon was decreed complete and the studium officially opened as a place of learning. With a long and storied history, it is without question the world's leading authority on etherology, the arcane, the occult, astromancy, and countless other fields, standing proud as Australia's foremost educational institute. It's like they're trying to sell me to go to this college. You always did enjoy giving the grand tour to new students. Indeed, I have long since lost track of how many times he has recited that same foppish speech. Such is his undying love for his old stamping ground. He was in top form back then, youngest to enter the studium, graduated with highest honors in magical arts and etherology, undisputed champion of the debating chamber. Hold on. You both joined the studium at the same age, yes? And from where I stand, you're equally prodigious scholars. Nice of you to say, but Alphino actually entered half a year before me. Nor did I do well enough to graduate with honors, and I'm certainly not the studium's most notorious master debater. In all respects, have I ever been in his shadow? If nothing else, just remember that this was where the legend of Alphino Levilure began. We should expect everyone to be fully aware of our recent escapades. Hopefully, we'll be somewhat more welcome here than we were in the last stand. I know better than anyone the adoration the student body has for Alphino, and with a bit of luck, it might work to our advantage. Well, there's no time like the present. First things first, let's look for this scholark? Other faculty tend to frequent their offices, but unfortunately for us, he's fond of wandering wheresoever his whims take him. Let's split up and take the students and ask the students if they've seen him. Splitting up like usual. That was Alphino Levilure, wasn't it? The Alphino? And he's with his sister and Master Baldessian's granddaughter. Wait. And he's with his sister and Master Baldessian's granddaughter. This can only mean one thing. An event of epic-shattering proportions is fast approaching. Spread the word! And this is how gossip starts. Oh, sorry. You said you were looking for the Scholark. Yes. Knowing him, he could be anywhere. But Miss Eliapo should have a better idea. What the fuck is Eliapo? Are you lost? Wandering off the street, perhaps? Wait, don't tell me. You're a trainee gleaner fresh off the guild ship. I'm right, aren't I? No. Oh, how silly of me. An orientation is in order. Allow me to bid you warm welcome to Searcher's Meet. Let me start with a question. What is the most important thing you'll find in the studium? That's right. Books. And what's the second most important? Why, that's simple. Everything else. That's what we deal in here at Searcher's Meet. Whenever the students or tutors find themselves in need of equipment or materials, they come to us. If we don't have it in our stores, we send the gleaners off to find it. Honestly, you wouldn't believe some of the requests we get. Eye of Passia this, tongue of Gigantode that. It's enough to make your hair stand on end. Which is possibly what some of our students are trying to accomplish, this being a school of magic and all. As our newest gleaner, you'll have your work cut out for you, but I think you'll find it quite rewarding. So I'm not a gleaner. The only thing I'm interested in gleaning is information on the Scholark's whereabouts. I tracked down many miscellaneous knickknacks in my time, but I'm no gleaner. I beg your pudding? I'm using that. You're not a gleaner? Then this was all an elaborate ruse? No, wait, come to think of it, you never actually claimed to be one in the first place. My mistake. He was here, but now he's not. I did speak with him shortly before you arrived, though. He said he was on his way to Maker's Meet. Go back the way you came in, and you'll see it on the opposite side of the entrance. It's a laboratory of sorts, home to many rare and expensive curios. Not to mention alarmingly frequent accidents. If you lose your way, just follow the blood-curdling screams. Jesus Christ! In the time it's taken me to tell you all of this, he's probably already left. Best of luck finding him. I have a feeling you'll need it. Great, we're gonna be chasing him all across... Charlotte. Literally across the way, okay. Wait. This way? Yes. Okay, wait. He's already gone. Yes, he was here a short while ago. He offered me advice on my current research project. Though we spoke at length, I don't recall him mentioning where he was planning to go next. When we parted ways, he went down the corridor. Perhaps to one of the auditoriums? Jesus. Oh, found him. Found him. Let's take care of this. You are a difficult man to find.
Ah, I remember you.
I pray we have not caught you at an inopportune moment. We wanted to offer our thanks for your kind words.
At the forum.
Well, I could hardly let that inquisition go unchallenged. I've always believed that curiosity should be nurtured, not stifled. Thankfully, a majority of my colleagues agreed. A slender majority, aye, but a majority nonetheless.
Had the vote not gone our way, we would be having a very different conversation, if any at all. Though I'd like to think you would have not given up on our cause. I'm told you paid a visit to the annex afterwards.
Yes, that's right. I was hoping to speak with the grandchildren of my dearly departed friends Galef and Louisoix in a less dour setting. But it seems I just missed you.
Oh, so he was friends with Louisoix? Okay, cool.
I still can't believe how much you've grown. If only your grandsires could have seen the way you presented yourselves to the Forum. Why, it fair brought a tear to my own eye. You must have the patience of a saint, putting up with this lot and their antics. Never mind Matoya's prize student.
Damn.
Luckily, I know a thing or two about managing unruly younglings. If you ever need advice, don't hesitate to ask.
Alice told you that when they hauled you in front of the forum. Oh, did she? No, I didn't remember. And he could probably tell me again in a minute, and it'll be news to me then, too.
If I may, there is a rather more pressing matter we wish to discuss. What can you tell us of this duty that the Forum must fulfill?
Nothing, I'm afraid. Like all humble servants of the Forum, I am sworn to secrecy.
Damn, you can't even give us a hint?
Or rather, I couldn't tell you if I tried.
I knew it. I freaking knew it.
Our duty is of the gravest importance. Furthermore, if the particulars were made public, it would incite widespread panic. As such, those entrusted with this duty have been bound by an enchantment, which prevents us from speaking of such matters without the express permission of the Forum.
I freaking knew it.
How is that even possible?
It's been some time since I last gave a lecture. Please, take a seat.
I knew it. The second that guy tried to start saying something, and like he literally couldn't do it. Wow, he literally has us sitting like students. The hell?
We shall begin by reviewing the fundamentals of etherology. The ether, which imbues us with life, can be categorized into three forms. Two are of the incorporeal sort, the soul, and the memory. Can anyone tell me the third?
Sir, this is my first day here. Magic. It was probably corporal ether.
Not entirely inaccurate, but nor is it the answer I was looking for. That would be corporeal ether. This is the form with which the layman is most familiar. Consumed by even the simplest of daily activities, and replenished by the food and drink that sustain us, this form of ether is in constant flux. In contrast, the ether that comprises the soul is rarely subject to dramatic change. The same can be said for memory, as the two are intrinsically linked.
Okay, that makes sense.
Picture the soul as paper, and memories as words written upon it.
Welcome to the... I don't know what that says.
Now, what would happen if that paper was doused with ink? The same type of ether as comprises the memories.
You wouldn't be able to see it, right? Look at him being all fancy.
It would blot out everything that was written.
Precisely. We would be unable to recall the memories, and any activities that depend upon them would be hindered as well. In fact, this exact phenomenon was observed on a vast scale not so long ago. And what might that have been?
The 7th Umbral Calamity.
Oh.
Vividly recall Bahamut breaking free of the Lesser Moon and raining hellfire down upon the realm. But no one could seem to remember the events that followed immediately afterwards.
That's right.
Indeed. To this day, we have yet to determine whether it was an unintended consequence or a deliberate act. The enchantment which binds me and the rest of the Forum is based on a similar principle. And yes, it is a contravention of the Sharlayan prohibition against the practice of memory manipulation. Only when a new member is inducted and told of our great duty are they subjected to the process. A necessary evil. You have my word that it would never be used to manipulate the populace.
Your word. Okay.
I should hope not. But can this enchantment be dispelled and your memories restored?
If 9/10 of our members give their approval, then the process may be reversed. Then, and only then, would we be able to speak freely to others of our sacred duty.
That's... okay.
Barring that, we must wait until we return to the ethereal sea. For there we will be purified, the blots upon our souls washed clean.
So, wait a minute. He just said that it would restore their memories and stuff like that. So they don't remember what their freaking thing is? Or they know what it is and they just can't speak it, right? Like, that's what it is. They know what their duty is. They just can't say it. I wonder if they could write it down. They simply can't say it. I wonder if they could write it down.
And our memories drift apart and dissolve. Rather defeating the purpose, I suppose. But there are those memories that are indelibly etched upon our souls, some believe.
It's like there's a block in their memory that prevents them from expulging it.
What happens after that?
We are reduced to pure ether, coalesce with that of others, and create souls anew. Alternative schools of thought assert souls remain whole and return to the corporeal world, reborn into another form. Both theories have their proponents. Personally, I consider each equally probable.
My face.
Well, I think that's enough education for today. Now that I've given you some food for thought. Or rather, an entire banquet.
You sure did. Is he even allowed to tell us that there's such a spell like that exists? Like, I'm surprised that he was able to even give that much.
I would remind you that although I'm unable to assist you with certain matters, the resources at my disposal may still be of use to you. I'll arrange for you all to be given the run of Phenomenon. Of course, as associate to our alumni and the students of Baldessian, this privilege is extended to you as well, my friend.
Thank you.
Oh, and I suggest you speak with Ki Aliapo. She's well known among the artisans of Sharlayan, and her network of contacts may prove useful in your search for knowledge. I wish you all the best in your pursuits, wheresoever they may take you.
What you cackling about? So the best way to simplify is that there's an enchantment. He cannot say what it specifically it is. That's it. It's almost like mind control for that one specific topic. Yep, that makes sense. Yep, that's what I was able to glean from it. Basically, they cannot speak on whatever it is. Whatever their duty is. Well, that's giving me much to mull over. I feel as though we're one step closer to understanding the forum's true motives and the mysteries of life itself for good measure. It's funny, I came here with the intent of expressing my gratitude, only to leave more indebted than before. I have a feeling that his friendship and support will be a great boon to us in days to come. And on that note, let's head back to the annex. Perhaps on the way, you could better acquaint yourself with Ki Aliapo, as the scholar suggested, while I share our findings with Raha. My god, Cat, you scared the shit out of me. He's about ready to pounce on my face. Wait. There's the door. All right, we can go to the Baldessian Annex. Wait, speak with Graha. Oh, I thought I was supposed to go speak with, what's her name? But I guess not. Graha? Welcome back. From what I hear, your trip to the studium proved most educational. Excuse me. While you were away, I received word from our fellow scions. As expected, news of the warding scales was met with much joy. Preparations are now underway to bring the leadership of the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance together to determine a way forward. Our friends have asked that we bring the scales in our possession to Limsa Lominsa. So the time has come for us to go on the offensive? It's too early to say for certain, but that does seem to be the way the winds are blowing. Yay! I, for one, can think of no reason to oppose such a plan, but let us see what awaits us in Vilbrand. Let's start by getting these scales out of storage. Give me a hand, would you, Estinian? Are they gone? Watch, they're freaking gone. Okay, thank God. Thank God they're not. I didn't realize these crates were so heavy. I shouldn't complain though. Ritra and the alchemists of the great work put their heart and soul into each one of these scales. So you must treat them with the utmost care. Are you not coming with us? As much as I would like to escape the forum's watchful gaze, I have little choice but to stay behind. We're already on thin ice, and if I, in my capacity as our official representative, were found to be consorting with foreign powers, well, you can imagine how that would go. I shall remain here and do my utmost to avoid ruffling any more feathers as I await word from Master Matoya and our other allies. With luck, we'll soon have good news of our own to share. The tide is about to turn, I can feel it. Talimsa Lominsa. Can I just... Yes, I can. I can just do this, right? Oh my goodness. We're probably heading over to the Admiral's den, office, whatever the hell it was. I can't remember what it was called. Man, it's been a minute. I was told to expect you. As you may or may not be aware, the Admiral is at present entertaining the Elder Seedseer and the Sultana. So remember yesterday when I said my excitement went through the roof? This is why. Oh, okay. Okay, oh my goodness. I spilled my drink. Okay. 3 of the most powerful women in the world in one room. Do you need a moment to prepare? Or shall I show you to them? Bitch, please. I'm the warrior of light. My apologies for calling you away from Charlene at such short notice. On the contrary, we are honored and grateful, and pleasantly surprised to be joined by such esteemed company. It was only right that the discussion be conducted in person. We are locked in a war of attrition. Our forces struggle to contain the threat posed by the towers, and it is only a matter of time before we are overwhelmed. Victory will only be claimed through decisive action, and we have taken the initiative to set the wheels in motion. It is reassuring to learn we are all in accord. But might I ask what the plan entails? It hinges entirely on the warding skills and our ability to utilize their potential to the fullest. During your time in Charlene, the allied nations have been engaged on separate fronts, with no end in sight. Sorry, needed a paper towel. To make matters worse, a surge in abductions of kobolds, Sahagin, Ixal, and Ananta have given rise to an increasing number of primals as well. But your triumph in Radzatan has given us cause to hope once more. The time has come to free ourselves of this menace. And it is you, the scions of the Seventh Dawn, who have shown us the way. So, something I've been thinking about, if things go to hell here, at least you and only you can go back to the first. I mean, that's true. But I'm pretty sure, like, we did have a way, like, with those crystals to transport people. So I'm sure if we had plenty of time, We could make, you know, we can make those same crystals possibly. No? And especially now that we're talking to those, like the alchemists, those elephant people alchemists, I'm sure we still have one of those crystals laying around somewhere, and we could show them and they figure out a way to do it. If we had time. If it was a pinch, well, obviously I'm just gonna, you know, teleport and deuces bitches. While the bulk of our forces will continue to hold the Telophoroi at bay, we'll dispatch our finest to strike at the enemy's heart, Garlemald. Those crystals came from Graha's crystal body. No, I get that, but I'm sure the alchemist could figure out something. Something. Even if, because nobody has tested the tower to see if it's similar to that or anything like that, right? These few brave will be the Ilsabard contingent. I mean, true, yeah, see? To think such progress has been made in so short a span. Its objectives are twofold. The first is to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. As previously reported, countless Imperial soldiers and civilians have been tempered. Robbed of their free will, they served the Telophoroi's every whim without question. They too are victims. It is our duty to deliver them from their suffering, not for strategic or political gain, but because it is the right thing to do. We could always call help from Tatiana. Wait, who's Tatiana? Wait, is that, what the hell was her name? What was that little, oh, Feo'u. Yeah. The fairy. I do not ask that we set aside the decades of conflict and conquest, that we simply choose to forgive and forget. I can ask only that in choosing to remember, we do not also forsake our compassion and morality, for without that, there can be no reconciliation. Only death without end. I agree with that. On that, we can all agree. Our second objective is the colossal tower that Thancred and Urianger observed in the capital. Though its purpose remains unclear, there is reason to believe the smaller spires are merely a precursor of what's yet to come. Until the Tower of Zot was toppled, we'd failed to make any headway, though the same could be said of the Telophoroi. They're certainly in no rush to press further into our lands. I'd wager the Spire's primary purpose is to divide and keep us occupied, while they work towards our annihilation. This would appear to be substantiated by Y'shtola's analysis of the tower's influence on ethereal currents. Based on her observations inside the Tower of Zot, the spires siphon ether from the land, consuming it to maintain their form. However, they draw forth far more than is required for this task alone. The excess of ether remains unaccounted for, but we can be sure it is not being harnessed for our benefit. It wouldn't surprise me in the least if it was being redirected to the larger spire in the capital. There's logic in that. Regardless, once we have uncovered the truth, we'll bring their schemes crashing down along with their infernal towers. That's all well and good, but what would you have us do? I assume it's more than handing over the scales and being on our way. We want you and your scales to join the Ilsabard contingent. Consider it an official request from both the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance. Do you accept? I'm gonna take my medicine real quick. Perhaps you should be the one to answer that. What if I say no? Do I have the option to say no? For honor and glory, for the people of Garlemald, for revenge against the Telophoroi. Oh, all of my choices are yes. Could you imagine if I said yes and it just logs me out of the game? Couldn't have put it better myself. Ishtola, Thancred, and Urianger have already pledged their support and are on their way to meet the rest of the contingent. They were positive you would come to the same decision as they did. Luckily for all involved, their prediction was correct. Excuse me. Once you have delivered the warding scales to Alamigo, the contingent will embark on its journey to Ilsabard. Basically, you destroy the Garlean capital tower and you destroy all the towers. Now, this is where things reached the peak so far for me. Okay. Rabban and Lord Amaric are overseeing preparations, so I suggest you make yourselves known upon arrival. Pack warm clothing, furs, and the like. Without it, the cold will do you in before the Talafroi so much as draw steel. As for us, we'll keep the enemy busy while you're gone. They're not the only ones who can create a diversion. Now go, safe in the knowledge Eorzea will be as you left it, or better, upon your return. Well, this is exciting. Are we going Alamigan Quarter? I can fly here, right? This soundtrack, though. Yeah, it's a good soundtrack. I mean, honestly, did we really believe that they would disappoint us with the soundtrack? Heck nah. Ooh, look at everybody here. Ah, the Wanderers return. You've been busy bringing down a tower and producing the keys to destroying the rest of them. You should be proud. Those warding skills of yours are what's made this whole venture possible. Will you and Lord Amaric be leading the contingent? Regrettably, no. Our role is to organize the various delegations into a cohesive unit. Once we have seen you all off, it's back to our respective posts. That's a shame. We dare not neglect our duties for too long, lest our defensive efforts fall, into disarray. And just between us, there was a fair amount of opposition to the formation of the Ilsabard contingent. The very suggestion that we send out some of our finest troops behind enemy lines to render aid unto the Garleans has made me rather unpopular in certain quarters. Can't please them all. Sadly not, though I do my best. Truth be told, I'd much rather be at your side charging into the fray. Alas, I have battles of my own to fight, where words may serve me better than any blade. I hate to say it, but Lord Amaric's struggles mirror my own. For the time being, the best we can offer you is the peace of mind from knowing Eorzea is in safe hands. As you fight the good fight in Ilsabard, I and the other commanders will do what we can to convince the naysayers that our cause is just. Thank you, both of you. We meet again. Who the fuck is it? Oh, guy! Much has occurred since we parted ways in Wurlit. From what I gather, the protective talismans you obtained led to the formation of this expeditionary force. My contribution on this occasion was but a minor one, that being the information I have shared with Maxima. For the sake of the people of Garlemald, may the fates be on your side. So you're not coming with us. Of course he's not. Strange, I thought you'd have a stake in this. I do. The Talafroi have laid waste to my homeland and enslaved my people. But, though every mote of my being cries for vengeance, I cannot be the one to deliver it. My presence alone would place the entire mission in jeopardy. I stand accused of murdering Emperor Varus and plunging Garlemald into chaos. Were I to travel with the Ilsabard contingent, it would give my countrymen ample cause to question our motives. Conversely, those who believe me innocent may instead celebrate the return of a former legatus and attempt to raise me to a position of leadership, further destabilizing the region and complicating the contingent's mission. Whether I am branded a villain or hailed as a hero, I would only hinder your efforts. We will deliver your people from harm in your stead. I doubt they'll be pleased to see the champion of Eorzea set foot on Garlean soil. I understand. Werlit is in your hands. We'll deliver your people from harm. For what it was worth, you have my gratitude. You and your comrades have the strength and courage to deliver my countrymen. I'm certain of it. In light of Gaius's rather unique circumstances, I instead will assume the role of your guide. Though I may have defected for political reasons, my love for Garlemald endures. I would stop at nothing to protect her and her people. Well said. Might I ask you to escort our friends inside? You might even bump into an old acquaintance or two, and if I don't see you again ere you depart, may the Fury guide and protect you. All of you. Oh gosh! I'm so freaking hyped to see this again. Once we've seen the contingent on its way, I will return to my duties here in Alamigo. As many of our most capable will be traveling with you to Garlemald, we who remain will have to fight that much harder to make up the difference. But let no man say I do not welcome the challenge. Aye, this old bull isn't ready to hang up his horns yet. Oh god, I can't see who... Okay. I can't see who I need to see. The other members of the Ilsabard contingent are gathered in the royal palace. I shall inform them of your arrival, so please make your way inside as soon as you are ready. Oh god, quest person. Yes. Ah, the remaining members of the Scions. Your friends and most of the Ilsabard contingent await you within. Would you like me to see you through? Yes, please.
By the 12.
Glad you could join us. I hope you don't mind, but we went ahead and started without you.
Do we have a choice?
As you can imagine, our traveling companions were eager to become acquainted. 'Tis a rare thing indeed to see such a diverse and talented group of individuals assembled for a single purpose. We fight not only for the sake of Eorzea, but for the entire world, including the people of Garlemald. Much rides on the efforts of the Ilsabard contingent.
It's the hype music now.
Indeed, which is why
Luthia!
I'm glad to find myself in the company of many trusted comrades, yourselves included.
I like her shield.
Lucia.
I have come at the behest of Lord Emmerich, who has honored me with the role of Ishgard's representative. And for the good of all nations, not least my former homeland, I am determined to see this mission through to its end.
All I need to
We
see
have a hard road ahead of us.
is Kian
Walk it we shall,
and Yugiri.
together.
Remember, she's half Garlean.
Opportunity to work together once more. I have faith that if there is a way to resolve this conflict, we will find it.
I wonder if Nero is gonna come out of the woodwork for this too.
To the rest of our company. Everyone, if I may have your attention. Might I ask you to speak first?
If I must.
If I must.
I am Arun Senna, spokesman for the Gridanian delegation. Here on behalf of my esteemed sister, the Elder Seedseer.
Oh, okay, that's
We shall
okay.
provide support and protection to those in need during our time in Garlemald. To that end, I am joined by healers selected by the Conjurers Guild, with the Order of the Twin Adder's Finest serving as our escort.
Okay, okay, okay.
Suppose I'd better say my piece.
Isn't that the pirate?
Wait, I know you.
The name's Sicard, in case you've forgotten. Truth be told, I'd rather you had forgotten.
I just finished the White Mage quest, so you can imagine how hyped I was. Yeah, and I think I got hyped when I saw like the little Black Mage guys.
Any road, the Admiral asked Captain Hillfear to send his best, and for whatever reason, he picked me.
You are his best.
Of course, if I'd refused, I'd be the laughing stock of the bloody executioners, and my reputation's taken enough of a keyhauling as it is. But more importantly, like any pirate worth his salt, I know when you're staring down a storm, you gotta trust in the commander of your ship. So if the Admiral wants us to go to Garlemald, not for plunder and glory, but the promise of peace in our time, then that's what we'll do.
Also, if you completed the White Mage questline, you would have gotten some special dialogue there. That's why I said Quicken would be so hype. Oh, cool. Very cool. I wonder if I go do the White Mage quest.
We all know how much the Empire loves its steel. We thought we'd bring along a few smiths to make the most of it. Give them a pile of scrap and they'll cobble together anything you fancy.
And I wonder if I go do the White Mage quest and then go to the Journey's End thing, if it'll change the text for me. The Lalafell is the scholar, dude.
Of course, just like the Gridanians, we got fighters of our own. We might have come with a more constructive purpose in mind, but we're more than capable of cracking skulls, believe you me.
Well, you're certainly raring to go. Then again, so are we. The most dependable warriors of Uldar and Alamigo have assembled at the Sultana and General Aldin's behest.
Oh, I didn't even see what's his name. Pippin?
If Garlemald has truly fallen, then the whole place is likely to be crawling with Telophoroi. We'll need plenty of troops to clear and hold a path for others to follow. That's where we come in. Naturally, Marshal Terrapin and I will be leading from the front.
It's been some time since I last saw you in your element on the battlefield.
Oh my god, this is kind of exciting.
From what I've heard, you've become pretty fearsome yourself. Master Matoya, the Avatar of Destruction. With comrades like these, I know we'll succeed, no matter what awaits us. And then we might finally get a chance to enjoy a good long rest. But until then, let's give it our all.
So is Kian and them not coming? What the f—
As for Ishgard, we Temple Knights have come in force to uphold our nation's commitment to the peace and welfare of our allies.
all the Scions are finally back together? Yep. Yeah.
The cold of Garlemald is a formidable enemy in of itself. Our experience fighting in ice and snow will prove invaluable in the days ahead. Accordingly, I have been designated commander of the Ilzabard contingent. I will do all in my power to provide you with the leadership and guidance you require.
I'm getting chilled.
The 4 high houses house Hylinart foremost among them,
Ooh.
have arranged for a host of machinists to join us on our mission.
Excellent,
Their knowledge of
excellent.
Imperial Magitech is sure to be a great boon. They will address any problems of a technical nature together with the smiths of Limpsa Lomitsa.
Come on, show me Hien.
There is another awaiting introduction.
Oh god, fucking Emmy.
Lord Emanolane?
I hate that dude.
Yes, Emanolane de Forton, at your service. Though, lest there be any misunderstanding, I should stress that I've not become a fearsome warrior while you were away. Rather, far from it, actually. My brother, in his infinite wisdom, decided this would be an excellent chance to make something of myself.
He sounds so happy.
World peace and all that. But should the opportunity arise for a spot of ballroom dancing, I will be your twinkle-toed gentleman of light.
Jesus Christ. Why is he coming with us? I dare say your fancy footwork may be all that stands between us and certain doom. May your graceful prancing lead the way to victory. Yeah, let's go with that. I hope he finds it insulting. Damn it, he liked it.
I cannot wait to regale Onohua with my tales of daring do.
I believe that concludes introductions for the Grand Company of Eorzea.
Now the Eastern Alliance?
Allies from the Eastern Alliance were due to arrive some time ago, but it would appear they have been delayed.
Damn it.
Would that be the shinobi of Doma?
Actually, they've been tasked with relaying messages back and forth between the various Eastern nations. According to Lord Hien, however, an equally capable company of warriors has been sent in their stead.
Who?
Out of my way, you preening fool!
Oh Jesus! It's that chick that really liked to fight. Yep.
Forgive us for coming late. We are the delegates of the Eastern Alliance.
Cyrena, and you've brought company.
For battle and blood we come.
Sadu.
Our step is sorely lacking in both. No towers befoul our lands, so we marched on those of Doma, only to find them beyond our reach.
Look at how angry she looks. She's always angry.
But now our thirst for slaughter will be slaked. No quarter to the enemy.
This reminds me so much of Mass Effect, does it?
Sadu Hatun, no. We go to make peace with the Iron Men, not war.
Warriors of the Steppe, we've heard many tales of your bravery. We welcome you as allies. And these other ones you have brought are...
Members of the Dalmascan resistance group, Lente's Tears.
That's what they came wearing. When you get booted from the queue for an error, then get sent back 1100 spots back. Oh no! No! I'm so sorry, Darkness. Of course, Thancred's happy.
Between them, they have a wealth of experience in espionage, and are particularly adept at infiltrating Imperial facilities. Which is fortuitous, since Garlemald's domain is so vast that I could never hope to handle reconnaissance duties all by myself.
I got sent back 2,500 spots earlier today. Jesus. Y'all, I logged in at 9 in the morning, and it was a queue of 18 people.
Which have suffered the tyranny of the Empire. I would never presume to question your motives. Nevertheless, I must reiterate that our goal is to aid the victims of the Telophoroi, the common folk of Garlemald.
Yikes. It's so glad I stayed up till 6 a.m. to finish my shit. Damn.
And they are victims, make no mistake. Though I understand that many may struggle to see them as such.
You're more right than you know. For every one of us that answered the call, there were a dozen that refused.
Yeah, man. I'm surprised to see the pirate.
But everywhere we went. And who could blame them? The Empire's always been the enemy.
I just didn't have it in me to do an all-nighter again. Okay, so speaking of like expansion and stuff like that, please remember everybody to sleep, to eat, to shower, to go do, you know, like normal things. Yes, it's exciting, the expansion, blah, blah, blah. But please, dear God, don't forget to do stuff like sleep, eat, and, you know, shower. Please, please, God. I'm guilty myself. Like, I haven't eaten. I've been eating crackers while I've been streaming because I didn't have time to eat. Didn't have time. I didn't make time to eat. So please, make sure y'all are taking care of yourselves, please.
But after seeing what we've seen, fighting and working against and with Garleans, there's no denying the simple truth.
Just order DoorDash? I would, but I've got the Meatcoat kebabs from the Final Fantasy cookbook. They're about to go in the oven. Actually, when I get through all this story stuff right now that's happening, I'm gonna excuse myself for a second to go turn on the oven and pop them in.
They're just people. No different from you or I. They've got their share of liars and murderers, but so do we. So do we all. Fordola, who once swore herself to Garlemald, has proven herself a trusted ally time and time again. Every Eorzean here knows Sid Garland, the Imperial defector who shared with us countless technological wonders. Gaius bloody Baelsar himself is working to help rebuild Werlit, a nation he once conquered.
Is someone else home to take them out in case you get distracted when they have to come out? Yes.
So you can believe me when I say that every fighter here understands and accepts that the Imperials are not monsters and are deserving of help. Or at least that they were able to put aside their feelings for the greater good. It won't be easy, but we're all determined to make this world a better place.
I love Lee so much. Do you? I like the scenes where we were
what lingering concerns I may have had.
we were fighting up in the hands.
I agree with everything you said wholeheartedly.
Then we are in accord. Now, let us review our strategy.
I really like that in all of this planning, the one thing that they're doing is they want to help the people of Garlean, even though they're like, you know, our enemy, because it's the right thing to do, and I love that.
To reach the Garlean capital in northern Ilsabard, we must cross the central mountain range.
So much character development after Papalimo passed. I miss him so much.
Fortunately,
Same.
Garland Ironworks can provide aerial transport, sparing us this most treacherous part of our journey. However, attempting to fly any closer to Garlemald would attract the attention of the Telophoroi. As they appear to have seized control of the majority of the Imperial military, we must assume that includes its fleet. In addition, Garlemald possesses devices that can interfere with airship navigational systems, further discouraging an airborne approach.
Smart, smart.
Given the circumstances, the closest we dare deploy our contingent is an area between the range and the capital, the Magna Glaciers.
Glackies? The
From
Magna
there, we must
Glackies?
travel the rest of the way on foot. We will also need to bring the airships with us to ensure we can withdraw with haste. Although much of the terrain will be blanketed in snow, we should be able to make use of local roads and shipping facilities.
This scene right here made me so happy because they got Machinist in the main story. Looky, I know they did. They were talking about the Machinists coming and the Lancer main story. Yeah, they did. They did.
The vast ice field will afford us an unobstructed view of the surrounding area. On the other hand, it will also allow others to easily spot us. So it is imperative that we only make camp in positions where we can easily defend ourselves. And the airships, which must be kept safe at all costs.
A lot of class story people there. Mm-hmm. You know, the one that was the most surprising one was the pirate guy with the green hair. I forgot his name already. You get some neat dialogue if you're a white mage. Yep, Buck said the same.
for every possibility, so we must be prepared to think on our feet. We will be tested. Sorely tested, I expect. But for our homes and for our people, and a people not our own but in need, we will succeed.
Extra dialogue here soon, too. I just finished White Mage, so I was really freaking hyped.
Preparations. Once we depart, there is no turning back.
I'm sad that we didn't get to see Hien. Like, I was hoping he would at least pop over and be like, I can't go, but... Talk to everyone before you move on. Like, literally talk to everyone, like Alice, Graha, and all that. Okay, give me 2 seconds. Let me go pop my stuff in the oven real quick. I'm gonna throw up the BRB screen. I'm gonna go pop my food in the oven and run to the restroom. I will be right back. Okay, thank you so much, guys, for patiently waiting. Okay, so just out of curiosity, why do I want to talk to every single person? Like, literally every single person in here? Or just everyone that I can talk to? If it isn't fire, just thanks in no small part to you that the manufacturer's future is looking brighter than ever, my friend. I'm pleased to report that I and a handful of my colleagues have been selected to join the contingent. They have unique dialogue. Okay. Ere the expedition has ended, even the Temple Knights will be singing our machinist's praises once they have borne witness to not only our mechanical proficiency, but our combat prowess too, of course. Oh, it's just anybody that's got their name above their head, right? Well, well, if I'd known what a social gathering this would turn out to be, I would have dressed for the occasion. Still, this seems to be the perfect opportunity to mingle with other guests. Would I be correct in assuming these ladies over there are Serena and Sadhu of the Steppe? Perhaps I should introduce myself, though I don't much like the look of that fellow with the enormous axe. I cast my lot to the populares to bridge the divide between Garlemald and her territories, that all may be united in common cause. But we were disparaged as a radical element, dissenters looking to destabilize the empire from within. Many friends and even my parents perished in unfortunate accidents. I too would surely have met the same fate had I not defected. Nevertheless, I still dream of equality and peace for us all. As the world itself stands on the brink of collapse, I hold out hope that one day that dream will become reality. Sorry, I just gotta readjust my butt. Alright, I'm not getting in today. Oh no! I would just click it and then, you know, walk away for a minute, maybe watch some Netflix or something, and then just, you know, keep coming back to it. I'm sure you'll get in eventually. I've led troops into battle many a time, but never a unit with such a diverse range of talents. While I've been briefed on their capabilities, I expect you could provide additional insight into their strengths and weaknesses. I'd appreciate any advice you may have. It seems so long ago we were sailing across the Ruby Sea and charging about the Azim Steppe with Serena and the others. I'd say we're overdue for another adventure. It brings back memories to see so many familiar faces. We've been through so much together. Good times and not so good. I expect Garlemald will be mostly the latter, but I'd like to believe we'll look back on these days more fondly in the years to come. But for that to happen, we'll have to make it out of this alive. Don't you die on me, eh? Bitch, I'm not planning on dying. We came as quickly as we could. We would follow your example and devastate. I'm like, devastate? Devastate the Telophoroi with the full extent of our powers. Worry not for your brothers, Boosie. We will return soon enough. Often has father told me of the struggles faced by Alamigo in the days of the occupation. And I too have crossed swords with the Empire on many occasions. Though Garlemald has long been our bitter enemy, Her Grace has elected to bolster the Ilsabard contingent with members of the Immortal Flames. As representatives of the Sultanate, we are one in our commitment to our cause. My dad's texting me about the food. 45 minutes. 45 minutes. To be safe. Okay. Alright, we talked to him. Alright, Sicard. Until the Empire fell, Garleans were the only ones we was allowed to impose tariffs upon at sea. Weren't easy pickings, but I made myself a pretty gill. Since they've been so generous to me and mine, perhaps it's time I returned the favor and gave a little something back. Greetings, Fire. It appears that both Thu and Thought are needed here, and who embodies both as well as I. So, for the time being, my research into ancient Nim must wait. I can't lie to you, Fire. I wasn't entirely for this whole thing when Sanson spoke to me, but if it means being your brother in arms, then who am I to pettifog? I shouldn't be so hard on him, I suppose. This bard unit is quite impressive. Who the hell is this? Oh, it's a bard. It's the bard guy, right? Yet one must give credit where credit is due. Rather uncouth for one to do otherwise, after all. I guess I'd know that if I didn't boost my bard, right? With so many people from so many places, I'm rather out of my element. Regardless, I am a seed seer, and will endeavor to acquit myself accordingly. Estinian? So Lucia's in command. Regardless of her background, she's a temple knight through and through. I dare say her Garlean roots are all the more reason for her to lead this mission. We've been part of a joint military operation like this before, and with far greater numbers, but for some reason this feels very different to our previous experiences. Despite having shared little more than introductions, there's already a palpable sense of camaraderie. Jesus Christ. This is extraordinary. To be in such company, the finest our allies have to offer. With comrades such as these, we are bound to succeed. I'm certain of it. I have close ties with the scouts of the Eastern Alliance and the various resistance groups, and they're an absolute joy to work with. Blessed are we to have made countless steadfast allies over our journey's course. Indeed, we are joined today by many new acquaintances, who in time shall we come to call our comrades. And mayhap friends. Do not connect to anything in the Northeast. You want to connect to stuff like for me, for example, I'm connected to Atlanta, I think it is. Hold on, I'll tell you in just a second. Yeah, I'm connected to Atlanta. And I've been connected to Atlanta since last night. I didn't turn off my VPN overnight. You're still gonna have a queue and stuff like that, but like depending on where you're bouncing off on and stuff like this. So for me, the issue that I was having is that there is a node, like an internet node. I'm not really smart when it comes to this shit, okay? But some kind of node in the Northeast where like everybody's internet gets directed to is broken. And that's why I was getting the constant kicks and stuff like that. So one of the suggestions to fix it was to get a VPN and connect like to a southern node or something like that. So I tried it and that fixed my particular problem. But see, I wasn't just having issues with only Final Fantasy. Upon inspection, I just didn't notice it was happening in other things. So for example, like I was watching Netflix and it would stop. Netflix would stop. Like it wouldn't stop like playing the show because Netflix preloads it a little bit. So that way I didn't notice an interruption. But when I started running like all these other tests and stuff when I was looking into the issue, then I saw that there were interruptions all the time on my internet. All the time. But it just wasn't long enough for Final Fantasy. It was long enough to kick me. But for the other stuff I was doing, it wasn't long enough. Anywho, yes, Atlanta is the short version. But, and I got my VPN because I had the choice to get it for a year or get it month to month. I just took it month to month only because this might fix soon, you know what I mean? And then why am I going to use the VPN at that point? So I think the only person I didn't talk to, I didn't talk to Alice. I was half expecting to find the man who taught me red magic amongst our number, but he's nowhere to be seen. I suppose he's had his share of unpleasant experiences with the Empire, but so have we all. Perhaps there's some other reason. Well, in any case, I have a feeling I'll see him again once this is all over. Oh, she's talking about X. I'm sure he'll be pleasantly surprised by how much my sword play's improved since we last met. I did not talk to Magni, with the Mole, champions of the Nadam, and the Datharl, having sent so many here, I have thought to defend the steppe in their absence. And I would have done so were it not for my stepbrothers. They urge me to grant our allies the sun's might, and that his radiance may deliver them unto victory. Though I must tolerate the presence of this feral Dathrali dog, as first among my brothers, I could do no less than accept this challenge. My deeds will become the stuff of legends. I care not for the Iron Men or their troubles. It is the destiny of the weak to die in ignominy. Even so, I will do as I have agreed. I volunteered to join this band at Serena's request, and if she thinks it a worthy cause, this is reason enough. Though we hail from different tribes, our bond has grown strong of late. She's much better company on a hunt than any of the steppes fishmen could dream to be. Serena? I'm glad to see you well, Fire. Grandmother was worried for you. The night I agreed to come hither and join the contingent, the gods sent her a strange dream. 2 suns, one burning red, the other frozen black. Closer they circled, closer and closer, and they danced the world, and as they danced, the world fell to ruin. In blinding chaos, she spied blackened silhouettes and knew at once that one was yours. Yet we knew not how to interpret this dream, save as a sign that great danger awaits. But whatever lies ahead, I will walk with you, traveler. I think I got everybody, right? Besides the delegates assembled here, the Amalja and several other tribes offered to send troops of their own. Alright, let's hope this works. Good luck, Buck. I hope it does. I should be on like 3 hours if it does. Yeah, I'll see you after, wait, 3 hours? Perfect, right at the end of my stream. I'm sorry, Buck. I know it's annoying. I know. Unfortunately, due to their physiology, many would struggle simply to survive in the harsh climate of Ilsabard. They would also likely prove tempting targets for abduction by the Telophoroi. All things considered, they can better aid the cause by bolstering our defenses in Eorzea, though their eagerness to do more has been noted. We few shall have to suffice. Ere we embark, we must distribute the warding scales to our comrades. Care to do the honors? Warding scales of the Ishgardian for the Ishgardian delegation, I take it. Yes, ma'am. Many thanks. These talismans may prove to be the deciding factor in the battles to come. I find myself conflicted by this foray into Garlemald. Sent by the Empire to infiltrate Ishgard, only to throw in my lot with those whose secrets I was supposed to be stealing. And now I lead a mission to save the countrymen I betrayed. But that is doubtless why I was chosen by Lord Americ. He would have me put my extensive knowledge and former ties to good use. I will not disappoint him. For the future of Ishgard, Garlemald, and the world at large, I will lead us to victory. That a set of warding scales I spy. Not that I would know what they'd look like. Yes, girl. Wow, look at these! Even a layman like me can tell they're bursting with ether. All the better to fend off the tempering waves? Is that the right term? Anyway, they'll give us one less thing to worry about, which just leaves the other mountain of whatever else is waiting for us in Garlemald. Only one way to find out, eh? And nervous or not, I'd march through all 7 hells if it gave me a chance to put Xenos back in the grave where he belongs. Yes, girl. Yes. I hear you've got something for us. Ah, them scales everyone's been talking about. Pretty little things, ain't they? Reckon they'll be worth a gil or two when this is all over, but we'll hold on to them for now. And one more thing. I know what you're all thinking. Why didn't they send Enzar instead? Buggered if I know. All the Admiral and Captain Hilfear told me was they needed someone to help safeguard the future. And here I am. Can't say they haven't got a sense of humor. Of course, some of you might be wondering what good a pirate is on dry land, in the middle of the sodden snow of all places. Well, me and my crew will do whatever needs doing. So let's set sail, or however the saying goes on airships. Yes. Oh, a man of many words. It'd be funny if he's just like, thank you. So these are the famed warding scales. Enough for me and my men, I see. Under normal circumstances, I would not be allowed to travel outside of the 12's wood. The Elder Seedseer, however, has granted me special permission. He has bid me lend my magics to the people of Garlemald while learning all I can of their ways. In so doing, I will come closer to understanding myself and my place in the world. Or so she says. I say it's past time our allies benefited from the power at a Seedseer's disposal. Some bemoan that we hide our light under a bushel, and I intend to address that criticism. Serena! Hey girl, hey! We heard it would be cold in Garlemald, so we came prepared. Oh, the talismans! We're to keep these close at all times, yes? I will see that no one misplaces theirs. And before I forget, I have a message from Hien! In distant lands and times of strife, together stand, together fight. In darkness shines the light of life. I hope I have done his words justice. Doma, like much of Othard, has been plagued by the towers. Yet while he could not be here, he wished to express his shared conviction. Hien and Yugiri labor without rest to unite the people, and with their aid will we keep the enemy at bay. And we of the Steppe and the Eastern Alliance will repay their efforts by ending this war. Do you have a warding scale for me too? I sure do. Here you go, bud. Thank you for this, and for going to such incredible lengths for the sake of my people. Though I have little to offer in return, I would impart some advice, if I may. You've been told by many to wear the cold of Ilsabard, and I cannot stress enough that this is no token warning. Keep getting booted from the queue. Oh no! I'm so sorry. Buckeye went and got a VPN to see if that helps. I'll be distributing specially made warming tinctures, courtesy of the Alchemist Guild, but understand that they are no substitute for proper protection. I leave the provisioning of said protection to your discretion. Now, let us proceed to the Alamegan Quarter. While you make your final preparations, I will have the pilots ready for the airships. Are you at this point in the storyline, or are you somewhere else, Darkness? Like, I think you're ahead of me, aren't you? This is our last chance to make ready before we set forth. You needn't worry about Urianje and I. We still have what we wore in Garlemald before. Estinian claims to be quite warm and toasty beneath his armor, and since he spent a fair bit of time up north recently as well, I have no reason to doubt his words. Just realized I have McAfee VPN. Just turn that bitch on. Don't connect to somewhere in the northeast. There's like an issue in the northeast. That's why I've been using the VPN. If it helps, I'm connected to Atlanta. I would go south or west. That's what my suggestion is. So, and good luck. Most of the others will be borrowing Grand Company stock. The rest of you could do likewise, I suppose, provided you're not overly concerned with style. Not to put a fine point on it, but I wouldn't be seen dead in one of those ridiculous overcoats. If only I had time to find something to my liking. Hark! Is that the cry of scions in need of a tailor, I hear? Is Tataru making us outfits? Oh my god, the music. It's like a jazzy bit. But how? I have my ways. Oh yes, indeed. The thought you could sneak off to Ilsabard without telling me? Oh, you thought. Nothing escapes my notice. Now you will wear these garments I've made for you, whether you like it or not. You never cease to amaze. But why do you need a new outfit as well? Wait, are you coming with us? What? No, of course not, silly. It's all in the name of fashion, rather the pursuit of the highest quality fashion. Besides, how can I expect others to wear my creations if I've never worn them myself? I did have one other thing to share. Argmis and Blumowidla have finally returned from assignments in faraway lands. They'll be staying at the Rising Stones for a while, to keep an eye on events throughout Eorzea. Since they'll be running things back at headquarters, I was wondering if I could lend a hand in Sharlayan? Why not? You could keep Cryo company in the Baldessian Annex. Yes, we'd love to have you there. And I heard Armgis and Bluumwida did a fine job carrying on in our steed while we were lying comatose. With them in charge of the Rising Stones, we've nothing to worry about. My thoughts exactly. Also, while I'm confident you won't go collapsing again because a certain someone who shall remain nameless isn't in a position to transport your souls to another world, we're looking at you, Graha. We're looking at you. If anything is similarly disastrous were to happen, I'd be well positioned to do something about it. Anyway, I've got a few things to take care of, and then I'll make my way to Sharlayan. I really do hope these new clothes are enough to keep you warm in Garlemald. It's not much, but it's the only thing I can do for you, other than pray for your safe return, which I will, every day. I love her! Let's not keep the contingent waiting any longer. Here are your winter woolies, handcrafted by yours truly. All right, let's see if it's whatchamacallit, like, oh, let's see what, oh, shitballs. Equip. Try on. Oh, it is kind of cute. That's cute too. What is that? Let's put this down here. All right, we're ready. Let's go. I'm told the airship pilot has been sent to meet you. There he is. All right, this is where we go our separate ways. Do be careful, won't you? Where is he? Oh, he's over there. Okay. Oh my god, guys. Oh my god, we're doing it. It's an honor to finally meet you. We of the Garland Ironworks will be ferrying you and your contingent across the mountains and into Garlemald. For many of us, it will be something of a homecoming. Our illustrious founder was only our most notable Imperial defector. For that reason, the company is committed to the success of this expedition. Our resources are at your disposal, and if there is aught we might do to be of further assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. You ready to depart? I will ready the engines. Several cutscenes will play in sequence. Please know, log out from the game. Progress will be lost. Okay, so I need to finish this.
Ilsabard, divided in twain by a vast mountain range. Those who would traverse its jagged peaks face peril at every step. But why go by foot when one can simply fly?
Oh, Emmett, I miss you so much. It's the shit's going down music.
On the outskirts of the Imperial capital, in the frozen wastes of the Magna Glacius. The winds howl in icy protest, as if to warn against further trespass.
That little Theedseer brother wearing a coat and shorts.
We've received word from Thancred's reconnaissance party. They've sighted a detachment of heavily armed Imperials.
Survivors of the Civil War, perhaps?
Perhaps, but there is more to it than that. Maxima reports that they are led by Virgilia, legatus of the 3rd Legion, which comprises the bulk of their number. However, they are also joined by several members of the 1st.
Look at that armor.
From what I recall, the 3rd Legion fought for Nerva in the War of Succession following Varus's death. The 1st, on the other hand, were under the direct command of the Emperor and rejected Nerva's claim to the throne. These legions were enemies.
Indeed. In fact, our sources claim that it was a conflict between them that sparked the Civil War. Yet now, these former foes cooperate to defend a ruined Garlemald from invasion.
I mean, that makes sense that they would cooperate, right?
Then it is all but certain they have been tempered.
Oh, I guess. I guess not.
So, what's the plan? If me and my crew is out reaving, we charge straight in, no messing about. But that ain't what we're here for.
Quite right. Soldiers or no, they are people of Garlemald, the very ones we have come to aid. Direct confrontation is unavoidable. Nevertheless, we must make every effort to limit casualties on both sides. Rather than kill them, I would remove them from the field.
How so? Savage beatings, disarmament, and imprisonment?
The 1st Legion views the 3rd to assassinating their emperor and staging a coup. Well, I get that, but I would think, like, even if they hate each other, I feel like they would come together. Honestly, I feel like they would come together if their country that they're fighting each other for is about to be invaded by somebody else. Even if it's just a temporary thing, and their plan is, like, once they wipe out the invading Garlemald. Right? Because we're invading Garlemald, aren't we? Isn't that what we're doing? Quote, invading. Hydrate. I have been hydrating, but I'll do it again, thank you. I can't wait for my food. Like, it's almost ready. It is almost ready. And I can't wait. Thank you for the hydrate, Rogers. Having burgers again? Much excite. I made enough of the Mikot kebabs things that, like I've got dinner covered, obviously, for today. And then dinner covered for tomorrow and, like, eating all day. Oh, shit, that's right. It's your birthday today. Happy birthday, Rogers. Shit, I thought it was the 3rd, but it's the 4th today. Everybody, it's Rogers' birthday. Wait, let me look. Yeah, yours is on the 4th. Happy birthday, Rogers. Hold on, let me hop into the Discord real quick. Happy birth. No, you. There. I'm sorry. Sad times of no midnight birthday praises. I'm so sorry. I thought it was the 3rd. Today was the 3rd. But I was incorrect. I'm sorry. The expansion excitement fucked us all up.
Not impossible, but easier said than done in the heat of battle.
Ooh, we see a little bit of your eye there, bud.
Having observed the opposition, I imagine Thancred had something to suggest.
Oh, it deleted my text. Damn. There. All right, let's see. Okay, back to MSQ.
He did. He and the other scouts have already infiltrated a supply depot some distance beyond the Imperial detachment's current position. Stored within is a stockpile of Magitech armaments, and once we give the signal, Thancred's team will destroy them all. In so doing, we will deprive frontline troops of materiel, and likely force the detachment to send men to investigate.
Yes, girl, yes.
Divide and conquer. Not a bad idea.
Once the scouts have finished their preparations, we will split into 2 groups. The first will form the vanguard, while the other brings up the rear with our supplies.
I love her shield.
As for the Scions, I ask that you lend your assistance where you deem it needed most. I would prefer, however, that you accompany the rearguard and be prepared to join the van at a moment's notice. Kept in reserve as our trump card, so to speak.
The trump card. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Supply Depot, oh my goodness, so much. Oh, look at his armor. That's amazing.
Your proposal was well received. More specifically, they asked that we destroy the Imperial's toys in as spectacular a fashion as possible.
In as spectacular a fashion as possible.
Fiona always did have a flair for the dramatic. She's not an easy woman to please, but I shall do my best to satisfy her thirst for fireworks.
Oh my goodness.
All right, once more for my peace of mind. Our first objective will be to rig the enemy's Magitech with explosives. After we've withdrawn to a safe distance, we'll detonate them remotely.
Come on, hurry up.
Our second will be to issue a deactivation command to the automated units via the control terminal. If our calculations are correct, this signal should reach those deployed on the front line, giving our friends a much-needed upper hand. The blizzard will help us stay hidden, so let's aim to get in and out before it passes.
Oh shit.
In the meantime, I will relay messages back and forth as the situation unfolds. You'll forgive me if I ask again, but are you certain you wish to play the lone wolf?
Of course he does. He loves this shit.
Couldn't have it any other way. Call it foolish and reckless if you like, but I'll get the job done. I always do.
Wait.
Very well. I wish you the best of luck.
Wait, this sounds like an opportunity for Thancred to meet his demise. I swear to God. I swear to God. You guys would warn me if I need any tissues, right? Wait, what am I doing? Assuming there's nothing else you wish to confirm, we may commence the mission as soon as you are ready. Commence. I am ready.
Wits about you. It's time. We only have one shot at this, so let's make it count.
What the hell? Excuse me. Was I supposed to not be spotted? I didn't pay attention to the plan, I'm not gonna lie. I definitely did not pay attention to the plan. Okay, that's to... Okay, got it. Whoop the doodles. All right. Time he took a nap. Got it, okay.
Must be losing my touch.
Okay, I get it. I'm supposed to sneak in, and I totally did not do that. Did I do this? No. Alright, I'm gonna fail because I'm an idiot, but that's fine.
No, not yet.
Let's do this again the right way. Now that I know, you know that I'm supposed to sneak in. Shitballs. I can skip all the cutscenes. To Thancred. All right, let's go over the finer details of the plan. Just real quick. Place explosives on the Imperial Magitech. Deactivate the frontline Magitech units via the control terminal. Enemy forces will become more aware of the threat you pose as indicated by the threat gauge. Got it. Gradually fill until you defeat all alerted enemies. If the gauge is completely filled, the guards will call for reinforcements and the mission will fail. Swift deception to avoid detection as you go about completing your objectives. Got it. Got it. Success hinges on the following points. Swift deception renders Thancred invisible and increases his movement speed. Enemy soldiers will be unable to perceive his presence, even if they are within close proximity. However, it has no effect on the guard dog's acute sense of smell, and they'll be able to detect Thancred regardless. Moreover, this action can only be used outside of combat. It will also be unavailable when he attempts to deactivate Magitech fields or execute certain other actions. Got it. Silent takedown renders them unconscious. Yep. Though it cannot be used on Magitech or guard dogs, utilizing silent takedown whenever possible is essential to clearing the path to your objectives. As guard dogs can detect even when swift deception is active, you can instead use bewilderment bomb to distract them and sneak past unnoticed. But they have no effect on Magitech or soldiers, so take care to choose the right tool. Got it. Okay. This reminds me of the legendary rogue quest in WoW. All right, so let's do this. Let's do this the right way.
We only have one shot at this, so let's make it count.
Okay, got him. All right, now that Magitech, I think I'm supposed to... Wait, where's the thing for, I'm confused. Okay, I see the objectives now. Okay. Hurry up, put them down, put them down. Oh. Excellent. How long do they stay, like, out for? I guess long enough. I guess I can hide here for a second until my... All right, we're good, we got it. Okay, I gotta use this to distract. Oh shit, it doesn't work on them. Fuck. That's okay, that's alright. We're good. Alright, we'll take care of this. No, I can take care of them with this. Excellent, excellent. Okay, okay. I love this quest so freaking much. I love sneaking around and doing shit like this. Hiding place. Okay, let's hide.
This is Thancred. The explosives are in place.
Very good. All is proceeding as planned. Head to the control terminal. It should be to the northwest.
Understood. Have the others wait at the rendezvous point.
I hope this is a repeatable quest. Shit, hurry up. Oh, thank God, it did not see me. Are you shitting me? There is so much happening here. Okay. Oh, fuck nuts.
Must be losing my touch.
Fuck. No! Don't aggro me too, god damn it. Fuck, it's gonna aggro me. Please don't aggro me. Okay. Silent takedown on your ass. Open the controls. Hopefully I didn't run over too fast. I did it. Okay, thank God. Woo! That was fun.
You are returned, and none the worse for wear, to my considerable relief.
What news from our comrades?
They stand at the ready.
Excellent. And let
Shitballs, let the fireworks begin. I hope you're making Y'shtola proud. Few moments later, at the rear of the Ilthibard contingent's supply caravan.
The blizzard's beginning to clear. The Vanguard should be engaging the Imperials any moment now, if they haven't already. Y'shtola and the others are with them, so I'm sure they'll be all right, but...
No?
Wait! Something's coming!
What the hell is it?
Oi, oi! Looks like we ain't the only ones who sent out scouts. Keep them away from the carriages! We lose those, and we're as good as dead!
Am I fighting as Alice or myself? Please be myself. Okay, thank God. Thank God. In the coming battle, you'll fight as FirePhlyZ. Okay, good. Good.
Fighters, protect the others!
Might be a wrap for me as well. Other noteworthy items, though. I've washed my bedding, vacuumed, looked up tech certs, and I'm about to wash my dishes. Yep. Good. Good, good. We all go a little bonkers when there's something like an expansion coming out, so just make sure you're doing all your shit like you need to be. And honestly, that's my plan if something like that were to happen for me, is I'm gonna go ahead and, like, I need to do some vacuuming and some other stuff too. Like, I have some stuff, like, forgive me, I can't at the same time. I have some like beauty stuff I want to do, like a face mask and some other stuff. So I'm just waiting for my opportunity when I get kicked to do it. If I get kicked. Hopefully I don't. But if I do, you know, it is what it is.
display, but the other
Is
carriages
there more
are
over
still in
here?
danger.
That one's okay.
We'll hold the line.
I think this is the last one in danger. Nope, this one seems fine. Okay. Hope you don't get kicked though. Yeah, me too. Me too.
We're the only ones still struggling. Time we put our backs into it then.
I love my dancers so much.
I've been itching for a good scratch.
Take that. And you take this. I see a main coming on. I'm a Sam for life. I'm pretty sure Dancer's gonna be it. I mean, I'm gonna get everything leveled up, right? Like, that's my goal. But I think this is gonna be my quote main. I love Dancer so freaking much. Just the way that it moves and like the skills are so fucking pretty. Like even the shield, like look at the shield. Look at the heel. Fucking gorgeous. It's to the point where my legit first move I have to do in every opener looks so fluid and sick. I know, right? Right!
We're fine. I'm ready for more.
Are we done? I don't think we're done, but...
Hear that? Get to the front and turn the tide.
Get to the front and turn the tide. This is the front, right? Alright, I'm here. I'm here. Yeah. I believe my food is ready, BT dubs. And if it is, I'm gonna take a break so I can go, you know, once I have an opportunity for a break, I'll take a break. For like 5 to 10 minutes. What are we doing, y'all? Head to the front of the line. Did I not go far enough? Ah, I didn't go far enough. Better not go AFK in the in-game though. Done skis. Meanwhile, on the front line. I won't. If anything, I'll be eating. Like, I'll grab my plate and stuff like that and just not be talking while I'm eating. And, you know, throw up the BRB screen or something. Or maybe we'll just chat while I eat and keep moving my character.
Removed from the field was not a euphemism for enthusiastically murder.
It's nothing that won't heal in time.
Yes, Astidian.
The trouble is, their tempering has made them utterly fearless. Subduing them would be easier if they had the capacity to submit in the first place.
I will be right back. I'm gonna go look at it because I hear the oven beeping. I just want to make sure that it's ready and that way I can take it out so it doesn't burn. I'll be right back. Okay, it's not quite ready yet.
Well, this is the path our young charges would have us walk, and that we all agreed to follow. You knew it would be hard, yet still you pledged your lance, did you not?
He did.
That I did.
Are we fighting as Estinian? Oh, this dude.
That's Virgilia. Damn it. I need to help the others take her down.
Am I fighting as Lise?
There's no end to them.
That would make me most unhappy. Oh, it's me.
I was wondering when you'd turn up.
I'm here, and I'm not freezing to death at all.
There's no stopping us now. Come on. Let's show them what we're made of.
Pippin!
We have them now! Forward!
Oh god, oh god.
Right! Let them have it!
Fuck that guy. Fuck this thing. What the hell is that? Oh my god, I love Dancer. I'm literally destroying everything, and it looks good. It looks pretty.
That's her! Virgilia!
Do not fall behind!
All right, now we just got this Virgilia person. Oh, that's a tank buster, right? Oh, look at me doing mechanics! Oh, that's gonna be 3. Oh shit, wrong thing. This fight is so awesome. Yo, what's the gear looking like? You earning poetics or the new tombstones right now?
Is everyone alright?
You know what? I haven't looked. I've been getting poetics, like in the dungeon that I did, I got poetics. I didn't earn any of the new one yet. Okay, cool. Did you get to the first dungeon yet in the storyline, that in the part that you're at, or not yet? It took me 9 hours to get there. Still in Shadowbringers plus. Oh my goodness! Then don't watch too much. I don't want it to spoil for you. Been doing my thing. You feel me? Yeah, I get it. Yeah, you were. I was much more like into this story, and then you were more into grinding, you know, some of the stuff for the different gears and things like that too. So, yeah. I haven't watched basically anything. Gotcha. Wait, I can't fight this? What the hell? Some fuckery is going on and I don't know what's happening.
Tremble before the sun.
Who else can we hit? Okay, we got them. Got them. That crazy bitch. May your screams fill the air. What is happening? Oh, we did it. Yay! I didn't think we were winning. I thought we were losing. But we did it. This crazy bitch.
A worthy adversary. Rest, recover, reclaim yourself. Then we will fight again, to the death.
Sadu Hatun.
She mean me?
That was the last of them. The day is ours, thanks to your timely arrival. What of the supply caravan?
The caravan's fine.
Outmaneuvered, but not outmatched. Good. Let us take the Imperials into custody and rejoin our comrades. And soon we shall arrive at the capital.
Whoa, look at that. Such a creepy looking building thing.
So cold and unforgiving. Thus spoke Emperor Solus as he gazed upon his barren domain. "800 years it had been since the Garleans first set foot here. Bested by the Kovosi after centuries of war and driven from fertile southern pastures into the blasted northern wastes. In that garden of desolation, they clung to one another for warmth, freezing, hungry, desperate, hated.
What is that? Is that an ether thing?
The chosen, forsaken.
Etherite, I mean.
In the year 1513 of the 6th Astral Era, a young legatus named Solus single-handedly sparked the Magitech Revolution.
Man, damn it.
How did he conceive the machina that feed on ceruleum? Once a common, soft-spoken soldier, how had he so quickly ascended through the ranks? Like so many others, those who knew the truth are gone. Taking in the capital with his eyes for the first time, I recall thinking to myself, far colder on the earth than in the heavens. Yes.
I have a hair in the middle of my back, like from my head that's like fallen under my shirt, and it's fucking driving me bonkers. Ooh, we're in Garlemald.
Not so much as a whisper.
Like eerily quiet, right?
The roads leading beyond the city walls would have been used less in recent years. Nevertheless, this was one of the most important gateways into the capital.
A buzz day and night with activity, aye. Merchants passing through the checkpoint, many of them stopping at the local hostelries.
Wouldn't it be in his best interest to hide the thing on his forehead?
Surely they cannot all have been tempered.
Like, why would he want to be recognized so, you know what I mean? Like, identified so easily, I guess.
So we have made camp. If we spend any longer outside, we may well freeze to death where we stand. The tempered Imperials, too.
This will be our temporary base of operations. Secure shelter for ourselves and the injured, and dispatch scouts to survey the surrounding area.
If we're planning on staying here a while, we ought to give this place a proper name.
Are we really gonna name it?
Well, the constant sound of ice cracking underfoot makes me think of broken glass. An apt name, perhaps. But enough of this. To work, everyone.
So is that what we're naming it? Broken Glass? I guess we did need a name for the Aetheryte, right? You attune to the Aetheryte. Camp Broken Glass. Okay, alright, okay. Speak with Alpha Nu. You know what, let's repair our gear real quick, because it's been a minute since I repaired. It's not too bad, but I should just do it. Do. Cool, okay. Done. God damn it. How did I do that? Twice. No less. Alright, do I have any upgrades or anything like that? No, okay. Just checking. Just checking. How about now? Now, do I have any upgrades? Ugh. What's this look like? Ugh. What's this? Oh, that's something else. Okay, okay. Alphino! In spite of the obstacles we've faced, our plan proceeds apace. Just a little farther down, and we'll reach the capital itself. Still, we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. As soon as the camp has been made fit for purpose, we are to discuss a course of action with Lucia. Hello? Would you mind asking Tola and Graha to join us in the building to the northeast of the camp. Alice and I will meet you there. Do. A meeting? Yes, I'll make my way over once my head has cleared. In truth, I've been feeling out of sorts since we arrived. The air is thick with a palpable aura of malevolence. 'Tis the monstrous tower on the horizon. Jagged, hideous, unholy. Even at this distance, its presence is overwhelming. Much like the sensation I felt in the Tower of Zot, only far more terrifying. Ether flows unceasingly towards it, converging into a swirling mass of unfathomable power. For a blessing, the constant chill in the air is helping to anchor my senses in the here and now. Tell the others I shall be with you in a few moments. You will be pleased to know most of the tempered have been quartered inside the nearby buildings and are receiving treatment as we speak. I do, however, feel no small amount of guilt for commandeering civilian homes. The occupants may be long gone, but everything is exactly as they left it. Considering the length of time that has clearly passed since, one would expect to find them ransacked. Strangely, there's no signs of anything having been stolen. It's possible that everyone fled at the first sign of trouble, though it seems to me they left far too many useful possessions behind. Although there is no conclusive evidence, I strongly suspect they were tempered. Sorry, I was merely thinking aloud. You mentioned a meeting? I'll make my way there. That's kind of weird, right? I lost my food buffs and my chocobo buff thing, almost. Thank you for informing the others of our meeting. When everyone is here, we will begin. Sad music.
Our present situation is as follows. Efforts to aid the people of Garlemald have begun in earnest. Moreover, having entered into the capital, the Imperial Palace is within our reach.
But before we proceed further, we must learn what has befallen this city. For therein lies the key to understanding and combating the Telophoroid's designs.
I have a suggestion, if I may.
Please, suggest away.
Several of the Imperial soldiers we captured on the Magna Glaciers are members of the Populares and acquaintances of mine. Once we have cured them of their tempering, they should be able to give a reliable account of the events leading to the capital's downfall.
A promising idea. I will assist the healers and their ministrations.
I like her outfit now, too. I like the other one.
Require a porksy of my own, assuming you can spare one.
But I really like her outfit now, too.
Would you like a hand?
No, I am sure we will manage. Better that you take my place in the field. The noxious ether of this place disagrees with me, and as I shall need to draw on my own for the treatment, 'twould be prudent for me to remain within the camp.
This talk of curing the tempered is all well and good, but I reckon the cold is a more pressing concern. All the houses round here are fitted with ceruleum heaters that could keep us warm and toasty. Problem is, the machines seem to have given up the ghost, and if we keep sitting around, freezing our asses off, we'll be next. My smiths reckon that with the right parts, they can have them working again, but it won't be easy.
And where are you going to find the parts?
The machinist will assist them in the repairs.
The rest of us should either stand watch or survey the area.
We've made our presence known to the Telophroi. They will be searching for us, if they have not already ascertained our position. That we have seen no sign of them since the battle suggests they have yet to do so. However, I suspect they may be biding their time.
Yeah, there's no way they don't know where we are. I'm sure they've got spies.
Or perhaps we are beneath their
Or scouts. We're not beneath their notice.
In any event, we'll find no answers standing around here. Urianger, Estinian and myself have visited Garlemald recently, so we'll lead the reconnaissance efforts. Perhaps bolstered by a few Bosnian and Dalmatian scouts from my previous excursion for good measure.
Don't forget about us Alamegans. We have experienced scouts of our own.
Oh, her outfit's nice too. I didn't notice.
Well now, this is turning out to be a rather sizable team. With such numbers, we should be able to cover a wide area with relative ease,
including the Imperial
How about
Path.
you, Graha? I have a feeling we'll find a use or two for that vanishing spell of yours.
Oh, that's right. He had that vanishing spell that made us all poof.
It would be my honor to be of service, though I doubt that you of all people need rely on my tricks.
That leaves us with guard duty.
As a matter of fact, I have something else in mind for the two of you and Alphino. Between here and the center of the capital lies the Eblan Rhine. I would have you search the area for survivors. Your keen sense of direction, honed in your extensive travels, should prove useful in navigating the ice fields.
They all looked at me like, eh? If there's any survivors, we will surely find them. Extensive travels is something of an understatement, but I suppose if there's nothing else that needs doing. Or ice fields. I love ice fields. Oh, no. Oh, wait. No, I don't. If there's survivors, we will surely find them.
I have faith that you will, and look forward to greeting you on your safe return. You all have your duties. Let us make haste. May the Fury bless and keep you.
I wonder if we're going to find any survivors. Probably, right? They wouldn't send us there. Gods be good. If it's this cold with Tataru's clothing, I dread to think how we'd fare without it. I must remember to thank her when we next meet. It makes me realize, too, that while the people of Garlemald have spent their whole lives in conditions like these, even they'd be hard-pressed to survive away from the warmth of their homes. If there are any survivors, we must find them, and quickly. Oh, Emmy, my favorite. What ho, chums? Been given something to do, have you? As it happens, I too have been ordered to make myself useful. Sounds like a rather tall order. Alice, they throwing shade. Since you ask, we're to scour the Eblan Rhine for survivors. What? Wander around ice fields on the off chance you'll find someone? You'd take forever to finish the job without the benefit of my expertise, or more specifically, my telescope. Come, friends. I know just the spot to begin our search. Do you? Do you? I'll probably regret this, but we may as well humor him. God damn it. I hate Emmy so much. At least he hasn't called me old girl yet, so far. Now that I've said it, though, he's gonna do it. Oh, look at that beautiful ether current. Just sitting there. Do. All right, Emmy. What do you see? I spy with my little telescope a massive sheep thing? Or maybe it's a cow. Not what we're after either way. Is that an ether current? Oh no, just a wind sprite. Other than that, it's all snow, snow, snow. But lo, what do I see over yon hillock? There's no mistaking it. That's a girl. A survivor? Show me. Over there, behind that tree. It looks like she's running away from something, though surely not us. She wouldn't even know we're here unless she had a telescope like mine. All I can tell is that she's wearing a pale green dress, a rather fetching one at that. What the hell? She'll be long gone by the time we get anywhere near, but we should be able to follow her footprints. I'll let Lucia know where you're heading. Oh, and take these warming tinctures with you. The poor girl must be chilled to the bone, if not on the verge of freezing to death. That's actually very thoughtful. Thank you. But won't you need some for yourself? No, I'll be fine. As a man of chivalry, my honor demands I do no less. And lest we forget, the very reason we are here is to protect those in need. Now go, and God's speed. Interesting. Interesting. So I guess I'm looking for footprints now, right? Oh, I see sparkles. A trail of fresh footprints lead east. Like directly east. I see more sparkles. Same as those you saw previously, and they lead towards the building. We're getting closer, I'm sure of it. At first, we thought she'd gone inside the building, but the door doesn't look to have been opened in some time. She might still be nearby, so we'll keep looking around here. Then again, it's also possible that she ran right past this place. Would you mind searching up ahead? Damn it. Damn it. Oh my goodness, my food should be ready in like 7 minutes. I really hope it's ready because I am starving. Starving. Is that her by the tree there? Yep. The girl in the green dress anxiously surveys her surroundings. Were you to call out to her from this distance, it might attract wild beasts to your locations. It'd be safer to get closer first, but you must do so without drawing her attention. Okay. Alright, we gotta do a little sneaky sneak. Follow the girl from a safe distance. The objective will end in failure if you're noticed. Make sure to make use of cover such as rocks to approach her without being seen. Similarly, the objective will also end in failure if you fall too far behind. Should you fail to complete the objective, you may try again by returning to the designated location. Oh, this will be grand. I take it this is the first spot where I can hide? A Immediately fails. Well, shit. I was gonna say, like, I see that she was looking the other way. Maybe as long as she's not turned around, I can, like, be literally up her butt. But that is incorrect. Okay, so we're gonna hide here. She's gonna turn around. Hopefully I can make it to this tree. Okay. Nope, nobody here. Just us wind sprites and ice sprites. I think I can make it to that rock, maybe? Maybe even that tree. Oh, nope, nope, nope. Definitely only right here. Peeps are going to sleep. Started at 5,400 and got kicked. Got my spot right back at 3,800. Nice. Not that you got kicked, but that you got your spot back. In Europe, well, they're not playing on our servers, are they? Maybe? Maybe? Girl, don't run off like that. Like, I need to follow you closely. Oh, that was close. That was close. Did you guys see that? This quest is annoying as fuck. But fun and different. Please let me get to that rock. Don't turn around, girl. Don't turn around. Don't turn around. Excellent. Maybe that rock. Excuse me. All right, maybe this rock. All right, maybe that tree then. I did it! Sorry, I had to sneeze. Had to sneeze. Did it! Still in one piece. All right, girl in green. I'm totally clicking her. There we go. She's the same hairstyle as me. Good choice. Who are you? Stay back. This house is packed with explosives. Take another step and I'll blow this place sky high. Please, we just want to talk. I'm Alphino. This is my sister Alice and our good friend Fire. We have no intention of hurting or taking anything from you or anyone else. I give you my word. We and our comrades have come to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. Aid? You savages are the ones responsible for all of this. You did this to us. What do you mean? He's like, nah, we didn't, I promise you. One of the other reasons we came was to find out what happened here, in fact. The Telafroi are the ones to blame. They're the ones who laid waste to Garlemald, and they won't stop until they destroyed the entire world. They're the enemy. Our enemy. On our way, we encountered Imperial soldiers who had made their thralls. Who had been made their thralls, sorry. Those poor souls are now in our care, and we are striving to cure them of their affliction. You're the first person who we've met who wasn't enslaved. How were you able to escape the Telafroi's influence? Are there any others like you? I'm sorry, I don't mean to overwhelm you. Let's start with introductions. Can you tell me your name? My name's Licinia. As for how I've managed to stay sane, I've been asking myself the same question. Ever since that night and the roar, that terrible roar, and then the screams. I was screaming too, I think. I'm not sure. I can't remember. So she's talking about like the, like remember when they were talking about how the other calamity happened or whatever, right? There was like the earth was yelling or whatever, or not the earth, but the planet. I've been asking, I can't remember. Then came the silence. Everything was still. It was like waking up from a nightmare. I thought that maybe the fighting had stopped, so I stepped outside. If your hells are real, I saw one that day. I ran past friends, people I'd known my entire life. Eyes vacant, dead, staring at the sky. Others were mad and violent. I saw them struggle with soldiers, but didn't stay to watch. I fled as far as my legs would take me. Is she gifted, like, with the echo or whatever, too? And that's why she didn't... Do you have family here? Is this their home? This is Victor's Spoils, a mansion for retired soldiers. Or it was, but now me and a few others are, borrowing it. As for the explosives, I was making that up. I just wanted to keep everyone else safe, and I didn't know if you were... The truth is, our supplies are running low. You said you're here to help. Can you? Of course. Whatever assistance we can provide, we will. Thank you. I'd better tell the others first, though. Wait here. This is everyone. Licinia says you can be trusted, but these are desperate times. We'd be fools to let foreign troops into our home. Having said that, were you to provide us with the means of heating the place, as a sign of goodwill, perhaps we could take you at your word. If that is too much to ask, then leave us be. Time to put my firewood gathering skills to use. Could you provide the spark with a little magic, Alice? We'll have a fire burning in no time. May we build it under that gazebo? The what? Oh, you mean the bower. Yes, yes, do as you will. We can't trust you unless you build us a fire as a measure of goodwill. We're like, sure, we'll do that. You know, for goodwill. Licinia. Fudge. You know, I've worked up quite a sweat from all that running about, so I'll leave space around the fire for the others. As you can tell, they're in a far worse state than me. We were planning to look for somewhere warmer with more food, but they're not going anywhere until we nurse them back to health, which I don't know how to do. Is there anything you could do to help them? I don't know. Let's give it a whirl. I can treat their frostbite and their wounds, but it will take time for the fire to do its work. Now would be a good occasion to make use of Emmy's tinctures. The ones that can warm the body from the inside out. Would you make sure everyone gets one? The numbness is beginning to subside, though I suspect once the fire dies, it'll return with vengeance. Here, have a tincture. Tincture. Warming tincture? I've never heard of such a thing. No harm in trying. But tell me, have you heard aught of the city? Though calling it that seems absurd after what's happened. It's nothing but ruins now. The few buildings still standing offer no more than meager protection from wind and snow. Food, production, water purification, the magitech that sustained us has come to a grinding halt. What machina that remains operational cannot be run for lack of ceruleum. Of course, Cerulia Ignis is full of the stuff for all the good that it does us. No one here knows the first thing about extraction or refinement. All is well, yes, never better. Have one of these. What sweet libation is this? Is it poison by any chance? What the fuck? 'Twas a joke, ha 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 ha. If I laugh, 'tis that I may not weep. So said the poet, and alas, my tears would freeze on my cheek ere they fall. We are the blessed damned to bear witness to the fall of the great empire, while our brethren lie dead, or live on as puppets of flesh. First came the war, then came the roar. When morning came, Garlemald was no more. Jesus, I don't know how to pronounce that word, of gunfire, explosions and screams, was our beloved capital razed to the ground. From the rubble rose the disheveled remnants, their lavish finery caked in ash as they shuffled mindlessly towards the palace, each bearing a fragment of stone or metal, an offering perhaps for the architect of our destruction. A hopeful few tried to reason with the deranged, only to be beaten for their kindness. But I knew better than to plead with the horde. I fled with my health, if not my conscience preserved. Now I wait with my fellow cowards for our final judgment. Damn. What do you want? I want to help your ass, you jerk. Tincture? May as well drink it, I suppose. I think that's a radio, right? It's a radio. You don't have them where you come from, I take it. We use them to listen to messages sent by others, even over great distances. There are different types, but this model is by far the most popular, made with quality components crafted with the finest ore, sourced from Locus Amenis it is. Not all that useful since the capital fell into ruin. The people at the broadcasting station must have either fled or ended up like all the others, because all we've been hearing is the same music being played over and over again. My God, my dad scared the shit out of me. Thank you, Dad. My dad brought me my dinner. Jesus. Y'all should have seen how hard I jumped. Like, he was literally right behind me. Fucking A. Home beyond the horizon. An ode to the brave men and women set to reclaim our ancestral homeland of Locus Amenis. So Atlanta is a no-go. Okay. I wonder if it's just so many people are trying to connect that regardless of what you're doing, you know what I mean? Did you get booted? I'm now connected to Salt Lake City. Good choice, good choice. Yeah, at 4,200. Oh my god. We may have founded an empire in these frozen wastes, but we always hoped to take back what was once ours. It's a solemn reminder that though we must suffer great hardship, better days will surely come. Despite everything, I believe that Emperor Varus yet lives, and that he speaks to us through our radios. It was a cunning strategy faking his murder. He must have foreseen this catastrophe and chosen to conceal himself, that he may one day make his triumphant return. Wow, he is a gung-ho Varus follower. Yes, yes, I'm sure of it. Emperor Varus would not be defeated so easily. Where is, what's her name? Licinia? Licinia? What's that? A warming tincture? So this is what you gave the others. Thank you. I'll save it for later. Actually, I have a few things to ask you. Are you part of the group staying in Laterum? I saw Legatus Vergilia's troops heading towards the Magna Glakis a few days ago. Are they the ones you encountered? Camp Broken Glass, you call it. And Vergilia and her men are all there now. So how did you reach the Magna Glakis? Did you cross the mountains on foot? She seems to be asking a lot of, like, really pointed questions. Then there might be a way to... Excuse me. Licinia, where is everyone? Is something the matter? There's fuckery afoot. A voice from inside, you say? You must be imagining things. Everyone's out here. Perhaps a baby almasty has found its way into the house. Wouldn't be the first time. She's protecting someone. Without the soldiers to scare them off, wild animals have been roaming closer to the settlements. Some have even known to attack people, too. I've just had an idea. If you and yours are strong enough to defeat a Legatus, then surely a few beasts shouldn't pose a threat. If you've a mind to continue helping us, and perhaps you could head to the other side of the lake. There's a small group of tappers living there, people whose job was to extract ceruleum. They still do, from what we can tell. I've already tried asking if they would share their fuel with us, but they're not willing to give it away. They want food in exchange, lots of food, and that's something we don't have and can't get on our own. On top of that, to even reach their den, we'd have to make our way past all those creatures. Would you be willing to go in our place? We only need enough ceruleum to last until the others are strong enough to travel to your camp. If the offer still stands, that is. Oh, and I don't expect you to give up your own supplies, but there might be another way to pay the tappers. You'd best watch out for baby almasties while we're away. Ah, yes, of course. If I see any, I'll be sure to shoo them away. To reach the Tapper's Den, you'll have to cross the lake. The ice is thick enough to support a person's weight, but if you'd rather not take the risk, you'll need to take the long way around. Finding the entrance can be a bit tricky too. So it's easier to just look for someone standing guard outside. However you decide to head there, please be careful. Alright, I'm going to take like a 5 to 10 minute break so I can go ahead and eat my dinner before it gets cold. I'm going to throw up a BRB screen while I do that. And I shall be back shortly. Yeah, I just need a minute because I literally just ate. I was up till 6 a.m. finishing my relic. Wasn't logging off till it was done. You still have a Q, Rogers? Yeah. So how many dungeons have you gone through at this point, Buck? Well, I'm assuming it's like the way it's been for like historically. There's one for 81. I'm assuming there's one for 83, right? And then there's one for 85 and 87. I'm not even to the 83 quest. I'm at 82. I might cancel the stream for tomorrow, guys. Only because I'm like pretty exhausted already today. I'll see how I feel in the morning. For now, just assume that I'm still doing it. But I am pretty tired. And I might just need like a day away from the computer altogether. So we'll see. I've been in queue for this thing for 5 minutes. Oh my god, shut up. So long. So devastatingly long. However are you making it? 5 minutes. Excuse me. Goodness. Alright, let's have something to drink. That's like 30 hours in Catboy time. Oh, that's true. What is it for cats? I think it's like one year is like 7 years. They shut our queues down over here, not even getting a number anymore. Oh my god, I can't believe that. I cannot believe, I mean I can, but I can't believe it. I can't. It is Saturday though, so even have a tank in my party. Damn. Did you all see in the Discord what my party looked like yesterday? Hold on. Let me pull it up so you guys can see. It was really funny. Like I died laughing when I saw that. Hold on, let me find it. This was my party yesterday. Both healers were Sage, and all 3 of the other DPS were Reapers. It was great. Oh, I'm sure I need to get used to that. Hopefully though, like look at the alliance raid I did yesterday in general. Let's see. Let's see. Oh my god, there it is. The world is currently full. Please wait until an opening is available and try again. Jesus Christ. Oh, see, yours isn't too bad. There's 3 Reapers. 3 Reapers, a Bard, a Summoner. And then a Scholar and a Sage. So it's not like both of them were Sage. But still. I mean, oh wait, okay, I see the other alliances now. Yeah, I see it now. Look at the alliance, right? Look at all the alliances. Yep, I just looked at the other ones. Yep. I went to Boja and had 2 Sages and 5 Reapers. The whole CLL run, besides me, was literally Sages and Reapers. 5 Sages, 10 Reapers. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 Reapers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, there was 11 Reapers in your group, Rogers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Sages. That's crazy. Oh, me included in that. So 11. Oh, okay. So you are part of the problem. Just kidding. It's not a problem. You know how it is, though. Everybody's got a new toy, so they all want to play with it. And, you know, the excitement will die down. And they'll start leveling all their other characters. Excuse me. I'm not a part of the problem because I learned the class before I queued. I didn't mean anything by... I didn't mean the problem of people not playing characters properly. That I don't give a shit about. That's just... It's gonna happen in every MMO. Yeah, I'm throwing that mad shade. Go ahead and throw shade. I don't care. I'm talking about like the problem of everybody playing the same class at one time, which isn't really a problem. Again, like I personally don't care. Everybody can go ahead and play whatever the hell they want to play. That's what I was referring to. All Reaper isn't terrible. I didn't say it's terrible. Double Sage also isn't terrible. I didn't say it's terrible either. All the groups I've done in the last 2 days have been all Reaper and Sage. Oh, never said you said any of this. Okay, just making sure. Just making sure. Oh, those are not my mobs. Those are his mobs or her mobs. Who goes there? How'd you find us? Now I'm spawning my own mobs. Wait, what do you mean I stand out like a sore thumb? It's the pure bloods over at Victor Spoils haven't given away our location. You'd never have found us. Those stuck-up arseholes. Thought they could come waltzing in here demanding ceruleum with nothing to offer in return. Looks like the boot's on the other foot now. The capital's gone to shite. What's terrible is when you raid wipe when people are too focused on their new rotation because they don't know shit, so they can't pay attention. See, and I wouldn't... If I was personally playing Sage or the other thing, Reaper, I would not just queue up for it right away and, like, anything without, you know, doing something first. Like, I would at least go to, like, the dummies or whatever so I could set up my hotbar that way or something like that. At least. Coming after my ass for no reason, I see how it be. I wasn't coming after your ass. It just looked like everything was directed at me. We wiped 4 times on Behemoth and 3 times on the final boss of that alliance. See, that's bogus because they're being selfish. Learn the basic rotation at least and get comfy. Yeah. See, I agree. I agree. The game ain't going nowhere. Right. See, even when I was playing the new classes, I at least set up like my hotbars and stuff and had somebody either explained it to me or I did watch a video on it. The people filled with FOMO than a motherfucker. What's FOMO? Exactly. Hunted down a striking dummy and learned my rotation and learned how to play it. Even if you don't learn the actual, like, official rotation, at least, like, do your skills a couple of times so you know what the hell they do. Oh, fear of missing out. Yep, I don't know what they think they're gonna miss out on. Like, it's really not going anywhere. And I don't think anybody gets an achievement for being, like, realm first to whatever, right? I ran some hunts with my Reaper so I could get a hang on my hotbar and shit. Yeah, see, like in other games, there is an achievement for being like server first, whatever. I understand people like playing like psychopaths at that point. You know what I mean? But I don't know. To each their own. To each their own. Me personally, I don't get mad. I don't get mad when the raid wipes or the group wipes or whatever. I don't really get mad if other people, like, I have no idea how to play Sage or Reaper. No clue. And I've been in groups with them for like 2 days now. Like yesterday and the day before, or Jesus, today and yesterday. But I have no idea if they're doing the right thing or not. I ran some hunts with my Reaper so I could get a hang on hotbar and shit. Mm-hmm. I just hope that everybody that's rushing through everything is actually like enjoying the content too. I hope that they're not just, you know, like clicking through everything and just rushing to be the first one to get to the max level, you know what I mean? Because they're missing a lot, like missing out on a lot. Let's see, on the capital's gone to shite, so they've resorted to sending you to negotiate. I know your game, Sellsword. If they think we'll give in to intimidation, they've got another think coming. Was that a typo? Is it supposed to say another thing? Take this burly trapper or burly tapper. Am I dead yet? Am I dead yet, he says. There you are. Just after you left, Licinia asked me to go and catch up with you in case you needed a hand. Someone must have let slip that I've a little experience in transporting barrels of ceruleum. So this is Tapper's Den. Well then, after you. So I put some of my own rub on some of the steak pieces for the Mikot kebabs. So I did like follow the recipe to the T on some of them. And then on the other ones, just in case I didn't like it, I made some like with the spices that I would use on my own. I made mine very spicy and I should not have. Who are you? What happened to the guards? Eorzeans and rebels here to save the people of Garlemald? That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why in the hells would you pass up this chance to put those Imperial bastards to the sword? Let me guess, none of you are Garlean. You were brought here from other lands? Girabanya, Yangsha, Boja, Dalmasca, to name but a few. Some dragged here against our will, others fed bollocks about a better life, all put to work extracting ceruleum. All given the esteemed title of An, placing us firmly on the bottom rung of the ladder. But the old hierarchy means nothing in New Garlemald, says we. About the only thing that's escaped more or less unscathed is Cerulia Ignans, still sustaining us even with our paymasters out of the picture. We hear you're experts in drawing up ceruleum from the bottom of the lake, but how can you do that if it's frozen over? Wouldn't you like to know? Trade secrets, I'm afraid. At any rate, it's not as if ceruleum is used for much these days. What with the city in ruins? We take enough to power our heaters and save the surplus for later. And though it helps stave off the cold, it does sod about our hunger unless we can trade it away. Speaking of which, be sure to tell your contingent we've got ceruleum by the barrelful. If they're interested, we'll exchange it for whatever provisions they're willing to spare. We can certainly ask. But if you're all free to go now, why carry on living here? Free to go? Go where? Even if we managed to get back to our homelands, there'd be nothing left for us thanks to the Empire. And the knowledge and skills we acquired working here would be practically useless outside of Garlemald. So we're staying for the time being. Long as there's a need for ceruleum, we'll find a way to get by, even if Garlemald as we know it is gone for good. Gone for good. What are you thinking, Alice? Regardless of what the Ilsabard contingent does for the people of Garlemald, the Empire itself is already a thing of the past. For many, that would be a cause for celebration, while for others, their whole way of life will have been turned upside down. After all the atrocities committed in the Empire's name, perhaps it is for the best that it is consigned to history. But what of the ordinary people? Their lives, their stories, should they be forgotten too? Darkness, are you still stuck? Buckeye's asking. I suppose there'll be plenty of time to ponder that later. For now, let's see about getting some ceruleum. 85. So you've come seeking ceruleum, have you? What? Those purebloods up at Victor Spoils sent you? To turn to their enemies for help. They must be more desperate than I'd thought. Then again, Licinia's got her little sister to think about. A sister? But we only saw Licinia and 3 men. It's possible she died from whatever was ailing her. If she needed treatment, I doubt there'd be a way to get it around here. I may have refused Licinia at first, thinking she'd come back with something to exchange, but I can spare them a bottle's worth of ceruleum. Consider it a reward for introducing me to the rest of your contingent. Be sure to send them our way, you hear? I can't for the life of me think why Licinia would keep her sister a secret from us, but we can ask about that after we've delivered this ceruleum. Come on, let's hurry back. Yes, let's hurry back. As quickly as we can go. Which is not very quickly. They look like dinosaurs, these critters. I think I gotta go up those stairs, right? Oh my goodness, my news! And then I think I saw the building already from far away, but I just have to get closer. Yeah, it's right there. And our people, they're not worried about us being gone for like days. Several game days have gone by at this point. They're not concerned that the Warrior of Light is missing. This isn't right. It's too quiet. Yeah, bruh, I'm watching all the openings from the title screen. Oh no. I would have thought Alphino would still be treating them by the fire, but they're nowhere to be seen. I'll look inside the house while you search outside. They can't have gone far. Did I not eat that? I didn't. Alright, where are these people at? The hell did they run off to? Where's everybody clustered? Where's all the people at? They gotta be inside then. Oh, there they are. There they are. Oh my god, are they dead? They asked me to help carry supplies. When I followed them back here, they attacked me. Caught me off guard, forced me to defend myself. I fear they fared rather worse than me. You can't fool us. We know. We know what you're about. Vultures, that's what you are. Waiting in the wings for us to show weakness, then in you swoop. Here to help. What a rot. All a ploy to make us lower our guard. You're an idiot. Let you in. Put ourselves at your mercy. Put us in chains, steal our lands, get your revenge. You're wrong. That's not what any of us want. Save the arguments for later. We've got bigger problems. I found empty medicine bottles and a bed that was still warm. It's true, Licinia was hiding her sick sister inside the house. But now there's no sign of either of them. Where are they? Where did they go? Away from you and yours. And if you think I'll tell you, you're a fool. I'd never give up my people. We're trying to help them, you idiot. Her sister's ill. The empty bottles prove it. So the medicine ran out. Or she put it in her pockets to make it easier to carry. Or to avoid the sound of clinking glass. There are beasts everywhere. How could you let them go alone? To protect them from you. You invade our homeland. Tainted with the same sorcery used to slay our countrymen, a Garlean should sooner die than suffer the insult. Better for them to flee, keep their purity intact, than be corrupted by your vile magics. We were waiting for a chance to free them since the moment you arrived. This is getting us nowhere. I cannot say how Licinia and her sister will react when we find them, but find them we must. Go on without me, both of you. I first need to tend to my injuries, and theirs. I will join you in the search after. All right. Be careful. He looks so defeated. We'll do our best to find them quickly. There's only one path out of here, so that's where we'll start. We literally did nothing but help them. Aw, damn it. I can't squeeze through there. Excuse me. 2 sets of fresh footprints. Young women, judging by the size. This is definitely them. Come on. Do. This is the second time we're chasing Licinia, by the way. Although slightly different circumstances. The trail stops at the frozen lake. Perhaps they chose this route so as not to leave footprints. I can't think of any other reason. Look at this place. It's crawling with beasts, and I can only imagine how hard it must be for her ailing sister to cross the ice. We could really do with Elfino's help, but we can't afford to wait for him. Let's split up and look for clues. Let's do it. Oh, I see a clue. An empty bottle. Empty bottle smells faintly of alcohol. The thin coating of dirt indicates it has been here for some time and is unlikely to have any connection to Licinia and her sister. I have found trash. Do. Oh, I found a clue. Fresh blood. Okay, that's promising. Not great, but it's promising. The blood staining the snow appears to be fresh. Judging by the amount, the victim may have been seriously wounded. The trail of blood leads southeast. I wonder what the hell is wrong with... Oh, I bet I know where it is. Do you think this is the location where we need to go? Where all the people are? The two bodies are already cold. They're dead? Excuse me. Oh my god. What the hell? How fucking sad. It's too late now.
Blood trail. We found one. They were attacked. No.
Yup.
Why wouldn't they? Safer to brave the wilds than trust in our magic.
That's really sad.
I should have... We can't leave them like this. We have to take them home.
And the others are gonna blame us and say that we killed them, right?
What if we're only making it worse?
Maybe we don't belong here, but neither did they. Not out here in the wind and the cold.
Immediately, they're gonna be like, you killed them!
I heard the story about Varus's voice from beyond the grave. Of course, I didn't believe it, but Licinia and her sister did. Perhaps there is something to the tale after all. I want to understand, so I'm going to borrow this for a while, if that's all right.
I mean, it's not mine. You
have
don't
every
need my
reason not to
permission.
trust us. We came as trespassers, invaders. But I pray that in time, we will be more than that to you. That we will find a way to help your loved ones. And see that no more children are left to freeze alone in the snow.
That certainly was sad. There must have been something we could have done. But what? Should we have never come here? Would they still be alive if we hadn't? Who knows? We have already caused enough harm here. Let us return to the camp before we cause any more. As for those inside the house, we should send someone to take care of them. Someone who isn't us. All we can do for now is make our report to Lucia and do everything in our power to prevent further tragedy. So let us linger here no more. Come. Jesus, game. Luckily, I didn't have like enough time to really like fall in love with the characters. Ooh, the Q thing is back up. Nice. Clearly it worked and some people left. Ooh, spot 881. Let's go. Yes. What spot you got, Buck? Who am I supposed to talk to? Oh, there we go. Lucia. Wow, 230 spots in just that short time? Buck's gonna be in the game in 3 minutes. Alice and Alphino tell me they have finished their preliminary search for survivors, but refrain from saying much more than that. I was moving 800 in about 5 minutes time before. Damn. Damn. Hopefully y'all are gonna get in. It's also dinner time, so everybody else is going to eat. Clearly they're reluctant to provide details. Might I ask for your account?
Thank you for your report.
You're welcome, girl.
We shall inform the troops of these developments and instruct them to proceed with the utmost caution should they encounter any survivors.
Allow me to go and speak with the ones at the victor's spoils. They may be more willing to listen to a fellow Garlean and accept our offer of assistance.
I pray you are right. And though I am loath to burden you any further, should there be an appropriate occasion to speak of Licinia and her sister, please do so.
I'm now connected to Denver.
I'm sorry to have put you through this.
My distress is nothing compared to their suffering. So tell me, what else have we learned?
As you may have already heard, we have succeeded in curing the members of the Popularis, Maxima identified.
Nice.
They have provided us with some intriguing insights into the current state of Garlemald.
Like what?
The assassination of Emperor Varus was the catalyst for the civil war. Nerva declared his claim to the throne, and his opponents refused to recognize it. Fighting broke out in the capital, where Nerva's 3rd Legion clashed with the 1st, who remained loyal to Varus even after his death.
Of course, even Imperial warmongers would balk at the idea of turning their shining city into a battleground. Like burning down the wood to spite the wasps. Neither side would be so mad.
Mm-hmm.
Unless something or someone inflamed their animosity to such an extent that they could not help but act against their better judgment.
I wonder who or what could have done that.
It brings to mind events of the Gimlet Dark, does it not? The Emperor's sudden withdrawal from the front lines, specifically. Nerva and his father, Titus, Varus's then political rival, took advantage of rumors that Crown Prince Xenos had been possessed by a demon.
Elidibus, what better way to disparage your enemies than with the truth, or a close enough approximation?
Indeed. But before their accusations could be substantiated, many of Titus's followers were silenced. While some were merely stripped of their status, others died under curious circumstances.
Curious.
One after another, suddenly and suspiciously.
How did...
Elidibus. Like as not, he had a hand in it. No evidence was found to implicate Varus, certainly. Nevertheless, Titus, Nerva, and the 3rd Legion would have judged it a brazen attempt by the Emperor to rid himself of his political enemies.
Of course they would have.
And then, in the midst of this growing turmoil, Varus Sosgalvis is murdered. And Garlemald's own prodigal son, Gaius van Belsar, is named the murderer.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Shortly thereafter,
God, that was so long ago.
Succession, and in response, the 1st Legion claims the assassination was part of a coup d'etat orchestrated by Titus and Nerva.
So no one is at fault, and everyone else is to blame.
Mm-hmm.
I should add that both parties received substantial financial backing, presumably to provide them with the means and encouragement to pursue a swift victory, and that these contributions came from the self-same benefactor.
Wait, so all sides, both sides, received substantial financial backing from the self-benefactor. Oh my god.
I'd heard House Brutus had been filling the 3rd Legion's coffers, but the 1st as well.
It would seem so. Though the Populares determined that the 1st Legion received funds from a variety of organizations, all had connections to House Brutus.
So Fandaniel, in the guise of Asahi, was playing both sides against each other the entire time.
Of course he was.
The information we gained from my friends does not end there. One night, shortly after fighting broke out, the capital was shaken by an immense tremor. From that point onward, they have no memories, no recollection of any events, including our clash on the Magna Glaciers. But when asked about the Imperial Palace and its bizarre transformation, they somehow recall Emperor Varus giving them orders in their dreams.
In their okay.
May the Tower of Babel stand as testament to the glory of Garlemald.
This sounds awfully familiar.
We have something to show you all.
Well, the queue's not moving. One spot so far. Oh, Jesus. What about you, Darkness? Have you moved at all?
Varus spoke to them through this radio. Perhaps it was a recording, but if not, that would be inexplicable.
We are of one mind, then.
Smart.
The ether that permeates the ore used in this device is almost identical to that of the talismans.
I see it. While it is likely more by coincidence than design, these devices might also ward against a primal's influence.
Got booted. Oh, damn.
To form. If the tremor felt throughout Garlemald was a wave of ether emitted by a primal, then while those within range would have been tempered, those huddled around a radio desperate for news concerning the Civil War would have been spared.
No wonder Licinia kept it close.
My friends, I must speak with you.
Serena!
A young man was caught trying to steal our supplies. He is a soldier of the Iron Men, we think, but one who has not been made thrall. Thankfully, Magni restrained him before blood was spilled. The stranger is outside, if you wish to ask him questions.
I would love to ask him some questions.
I think we do.
We're gonna recognize him, aren't
Who do
we?
we have here?
Or maybe not.
Garleans? Traitors to your homeland! Have you no shame?
I am Lucia Junius, a Temple Knight of Ishgard. And you are?
Iulus Pier Norbanus. And that's all you invaders will get from me.
We are not here to invade Garlemald. Far from it. Like you, our allies in Eorzea and the Far East fight in defense of their lives and their loved ones even as we speak. But it is the people of Garlemald who have suffered most. This we know. And that is why we have come to offer you our aid, that we may unite against our common foe.
Which he's gonna scoff at.
Whether you believe me or not, those are the facts. Now, answer me this. Why would a proud soldier of the Empire be reduced to stealing? The situation must be dire indeed for you to go to such lengths.
Yeah, right? Excuse me.
If it is supplies you seek, we would gladly share ours, or turn a blind eye while you leave with your spoils.
I will not negotiate. My commander will determine how to deal with you and yours.
Damn.
If you wish to treat with him, I will take you, but no more than 3.
I don't much like the sound of that. But if we do accept his proposal, I suggest the 2 of us and...
And who? Alice?
Please allow me and Alize to act as envoys.
May I ask why?
We have seen with our own eyes the hardships the Garleans face. How their futures and lives hang in the balance.
I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think... Well, maybe. I mean, I guess they could speak on what they saw with, Licinia.
It's not the warmest invitation, but it's an opportunity to prove our intentions true. Maybe not a chance to make things right, but a chance to make them better.
I just now realized their coats are identical, except different colors. I'm going with you.
I can see that persuading you otherwise is a lost cause, but you will proceed with the utmost care.
Of course we will.
A couple of children and what? A sellsword? Is this an insult?
You don't know us very well, sir.
Not in the least. you will find that they are more than qualified to speak on our behalf.
There are many dangers on the road ahead. I will need that back.
He's awfully fucking demanding, isn't he? All right, Lucia. You'll be received as invited guests, and so I urge you to observe proper social etiquette and conduct yourselves accordingly. Your safe return takes precedence above all else. Remember this. Thancred, in particular, will be worried sick if you're gone too long. May the Fury watch over and keep you. Are you and the children ready? I'll explain the route once we are outside the camp. If anyone attempts to follow us, we will judge it an act of hostility. We will not hesitate to take appropriate measures. I would expect nothing less. You have our full cooperation. We just let him go. Like, see ya. Go ahead, dude. All right, this is far enough. Listen carefully. We head over that hill, then follow the road until we reach Liminal Station 4. Children in the lead. I want you where I can see you. We do have names, you know. I'm Alice and he's Alphino. And last but not least, there's Fire. Fire, where have I heard that before? No matter, Alphino and Alice will watch the road ahead while we bring up the rear. I wasn't lying about there being many dangers, so you're to run, not saunter, run towards the station. If you even think about going for your weapon, the deal's off. Should any creature bar the way, we go around them. Once you choose to depart, he'll accompany you. Make your way to Liminal Station without falling behind. If you leave Julius behind for any reason or lose sight, you may return. Oh, God. Oh, God. Ready to make a dash for the station? I'm as ready as I'll ever be. Did they get the buff too? Oops. Don't catch me, bear. I hate these so much. Like the running quests. I don't particularly care for them. But you know what? Surprisingly, because before, I think in ARR it was always like a walk one. And they would walk like ridiculously slow, right? But at least these, like that's the silver lining, I guess. Like we've been running the whole time. Which is kind of nice. Oh no! Whoa. We've got to be almost there, right? Oh my goodness. Excuse me 1 second, I have to respond to something. There, okay. So, Julius? Oh, I thought his name was Julius, but it's actually just Julius or Eulis. This is it. The first stop, that is. Is his particular haircut available for male characters? Does anybody know? Good, it looks like your friends knew better than to follow us. Are these your headquarters? No. We're stopping here so I can check for pursuers. Since it appears you've kept your side of the bargain, we can carry on. Oh god, we're gonna do more running, aren't we? None of the station. North of the station is Arrigo Domorum, one of the main residential areas, or at least it was. The afflicted roam the streets in packs. They'll tear us to shreds if given the chance. Keep close. No wandering off. Understood? From here, we'll be heading northeast, keeping to the left of the railway. While the route itself is straightforward, getting past the hordes unseen is anything but. Keep your weapons at the ready. They would attack their own countrymen? Aye, they'll spare their own, but slaughter the rest without hesitation. Though we'll try to avoid detection. The chances of sneaking by completely unnoticed are slim at best. I'll lead the way, but in the event we are seen, you're to fight them off. So for that quest, who's giving you the gill and weapon coffer when you completed it? I mean, I guess Julius, right? Heidelin gave it to us. Those two will follow us, provided they can refrain from drawing their weapons. While I doubt they would be foolish enough to stab their guide in the back, I will not take that chance. With that said, let us proceed. Go with Julius and defeat the tempered soldiers. So basically, any encounters you'll be fighting alone. Yep. Got it. Do. I saw something in the chat that was interesting and I want to scroll up and read it. Do. Oh, never mind. Okay, not important. I see why your comrades chose you. Turn off your shouts. I could just click this. Julius, our contingent has a cure for the afflicted, or tempered as we call them. Your people would need to be taken into custody that we may administer the treatment, but they would eventually regain their sanity. Is that so? For all I know, your treatment would simply force them to forsake one master for another. As far as I and my legion are concerned, they are no longer our people. They're beyond saving. Those who thought differently and tried to reason with them were butchered for their bleeding hearts. Come, we have to keep moving. I wonder if it's back here where I see everybody casting shit. Excellent. Looks like we're not being followed. We'll continue onward. Oops. I meant what I said. These people deserve only death. I stayed my hand before only out of desire to remain undiscovered, and that that is still the higher priority. We should continue to avoid any unnecessary confrontations. Keep following the railway. Ooh, we're running all the way up to the thingy now, it looks like. To the etherite. I couldn't think of the word etherite. Dang it, oh man. Oh. Wait. Where the hell's the etherite? Julius or Julius? God, I keep calling him Julius. I'm just gonna call him Julius. Look at what they've become. Would you still stand there and claim that they can be cured? Yes, we would. Those exposed to a vast quantity of the primal ether may suffer severe corruption. Even with treatment, such victims are beyond salvation. Then you admit it. Now that you have seen these monstrosities for yourself, perhaps you'll think twice before speaking of a cure. Why can't I see the etherite? Oh, I guess I'm not supposed to see it then yet, right? Like maybe it's underground or something? Excellent. We're almost there. You have kept your side of the agreement, so I'll keep mine. This way. The Jewelist. This is Tertium, one of Garlemald's largest stations. It now serves as our headquarters. I've already sent the twins ahead. I will be with you soon, so wait for me at the bottom of the stairs. Oh, now it makes sense. The other etherite that we were looking at earlier, it's definitely underground. He has no intention of speaking with me. Was that person flying? To hell with you if you were flying. You jerk. There it is. It's plain to see why they chose this as their base of operations. It's protected from the cold, I bet. They could have done a lot worse. Even so, I imagine it's not the easiest place to live. Indeed. And if Julius was Indeed. And if Julius was willing to make the perilous journey to Camp Broken Glass in search of food, their own supplies must be all but exhausted. They may be shielded from the wind and snow, but it's still bitterly cold. Much like Victor's spoils, it must be a constant struggle to keep their people warm. Lower your voices. While you may be here as my guests, the others will not take kindly to your presence. My commander is in the locomotive over there. Huh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I spy with my little eye a lookout or sightseeing thing, which I shall take. I know it's dumb, but I'm going to complete that sightseeing log. Mark my words. The Aetheryte's not responding. Okay, great. Excuse me. Oh, there we go.
These are their chosen representatives.
Very well. Let us hear what they have to say.
Yes, sir.
I can't wait to see who it is.
I present to you our commander, Lord Quintus Van Kina, Legatus of the First Legion.
I thought it was going to be somebody we already knew. Damn.
The First? I had no idea you had survived.
We lost our emperor, our city, more than half our troops. For my wounds, I may never take the field again. But we survived, aye. In a manner much to your liking, I dare say.
I wouldn't say we like it.
We have no intention of adding to your misfortunes, nor do we bear you any ill will.
Spare me. Though you children may speak in earnest, overtures of peace ever ring hollow in my ears. So long as man stands to profit from his neighbor's suffering, war is inevitable.
What a horrible outlook.
Driven from our ancestral homeland into this blasted waste. Yet still you yearned to rob us of our paltry scraps.
We're not trying to take scraps.
It was only with Magitech that you learned to keep your distance. Though we knew it was only a matter of time before you regrouped and returned. Conquest and empire were our only defenses. Emperors Solus and Varys understood this, and through their campaigns saw us grow and prosper. Much blood has been spilled in Garlemald's name, aye. But if it is a choice between yours and mine, then it is hardly a choice at all.
I do not deny that a great many conflicts throughout history were driven by the desire or necessity to gain by another's loss. That is not why we are here.
We're going to convince him with words.
Nor have we come to petition your aid in the war with the Telophoroi, grave though that threat may be. Our purpose is simply this. We wish to help you. Let us help you. If there is aught that can be done to ease your plight, we would be glad to do it.
I would. Oh my god.
Perhaps you would.
I do think they sent the best person to try and schmooze everything over with words, Alphino.
But regardless of the ideals you espouse, your leaders would not send an army into Garlemald if they did not stand to benefit. If we accept their aid, they will expect their efforts to be rewarded once the Telophoroi are no longer a threat. And after compensation and concessions, the great empire would be brought to heel. Her enemies rejoice at her downfall. Our third eye, a mark of shame.
We won't stand idly by and let your people be humiliated. And we're not alone in that. We only want to make a difference. To make this world of ours better. Surely you can understand that.
I don't think he's gonna be swayed with that.
What I'm trying to say is, there are so many people who just don't care about making you suffer. And maybe that's almost insulting after all the suffering you feel the world has subjected your people to, but believe it or not, that's the truth. And now we're here, and all we're asking is for you to tell us what you want, what you hope for.
So much blood has been shed, so much lost. All because of this endless war. Who wouldn't want to end it? Can we not work together to face our problems as one?
I like his hair. I really like his armor though too.
Answer me this, young peacemakers. If a world without conflict is your desire, why reject the unity and prosperity of Garlemald?
Is he talking about when we had the talks before with what's-his-face?
Is it because we do not share your faith? That we do not share your heritage? That our ideals and virtues differ? That we cherish and hold in the highest that which you do not? Disparity is the root of discord, and peace built on compromise is flawed and fleeting. Happiness for one and all is a dream, and the reality is that to the victor go the spoils. That is why we Garleans will never submit nor surrender. For freedom and for pride, we will remain true to ourselves until the bitter end. That is my hope.
So they're not going to accept help because of pride?
It seems there is nothing more to say on the matter.
Just like that, we're prisoners. Of course we are.
You will remain here while I decide what is to be done with you. Do not be alarmed. No harm will come to you if you cooperate.
That's fucked up. We came to offer help and...
We will not resist. However, as your guests, I ask that we be allowed to speak with the other members of your group.
As you wish. I had no intention of locking you up, as by dawn you would be frozen stiff and you're no good to me dead. You are free to move about the encampment, but there is one condition.
That's an interesting way to keep us prisoner.
Collar them.
A collar?
What are these?
Incentive. You'll be watched at all times. Stray too far or act suspiciously, and we will administer a rather painful shock.
Do I get one?
Keep away from that one. The champion of Eorzea is not so easily cowed.
Oh, how convenient.
Even if she allowed herself to be collared, the shock would be no more than an itch. No. If she refuses to obey, we will activate the twins' restraints instead.
That's fucked up.
You needn't worry about us.
We'll forget we're even wearing them soon enough.
What the hell?
Even now, you still... Why go to such lengths?
Because even the most bitter adversary may one day see reason. On the coldest, blackest of nights, meager though it may be, we must share the warmth of our fire. I like that one. No! Hardest font.
You are a curious one. A far cry from the merciless barbarian others paint you to be.
I'm no barbarian.
You will be their warden. Take them away.
Yes, sir.
Well, that's interesting. So now Alice and Alphino are prisoners, and I'm not collared, but anything that I do wrong is going to directly impact them. As per Lord Quintus's instructions, I'm to supervise you during your time here in Tertium. Yeah, the queue's not moving. Oh no! Before you ask, no, I don't have a key or any other means to remove your collars, nor would I tell you if I did. And if you try anything, you'll soon wish you hadn't. So, do you truly intend to speak with the others, or was that merely a ruse? We're in no hurry to disobey Lord Quintus, if that's what you mean. Or perhaps you doubt the wisdom of his decision. Do as you will, but remember, I'll be watching. If I catch wind of you doing anything untoward, trying to trick our people into turning their coats and the like, those shock collars will be the least of your worries. Understood? Excuse me. Though we're somewhat compromised, to put it lightly, let's not waste this opportunity. I suggest splitting up and learning what we can of their situation. And above all else, don't use magics of any sort. You, on the other hand, may go wherever you wish. Even outside the camp. I know full well I couldn't stop you if I tried. But do not forget, if you do anything to endanger us or our interests, Alphino and Alice will pay the price. Jesus. Can I attune now? Damn. I can't even connect to the Dander Center. The doors are shut. Oh no! Oh man. That's painful. I'm so sorry, guys. I do feel really, really bad. And even using like the whatchamacallit, the VPN's not helping or anything, right? It's cool. I'm about to eat, sleep, and go get energy drinks when I wake up. There you go. There you go. Yeah, it's not a connectivity issue. Yeah, it's not. It's definitely not. It's just a so many people are trying to connect issue. You came with Julius, didn't you? Well, whatever business brought you here, you'd best keep your hands off that aetherite. It's deactivated, but I'd rather you didn't mess about with it. There are others throughout the city, built by Garleans for Garleans. Could teleport all over in the blink of an eye, provided there was a terminal nearby. These days, however, we use the Aetherite's power to keep this place lit, though it comes at the cost of its normal function. Ooh, I have quite a few people to talk to. Octavia! It's you! Fire! I served under Lord Gaius in the 14th Legion. I was there on the night the Praetorium fell. You and your adventurers, you killed them. My comrades, my friends, swept them aside in their dozens, as though they were nothing to you. And maybe I am too. Just another faceless enemy to be cut down. But it won't be long until our countrymen return. Until you get what you deserve, mark my words. Okay, that went a lot different than I thought it was going to. So cold. Verge of losing consciousness. Marcellinus. I know who you are, the so-called champion of Eorzea. Come to gloat, have you? I'll wipe that smirk off your face. By the blood of our fallen compatriots, I swear I'll... Ugh. Damn, tore the sutures. Of all the times. The worst of the lot within striking distance, and I can't even muster the strength. Damn, they hate me! If it weren't for the third bleeding us, we'd be the end of you. Virgilia's treachery nearly cost Lord Quintus his life, but we made our escape. Took shelter in a mansion, tended to the wounded as we prepared to strike back, and then... night fell and we gathered around the radio, then the roar, the terrible roar. Capital was in chaos, but we were spared. If you can call this a mercy. Mind intact, but body broken. A soldier in name alone. I'd cut you down where you stand if I could. Murderer. Damn! Ooh, my cough. Sorry. I hope nobody heard that. What time is it? 5:41. The radio is the same model as the one used at Victor's spoils. Perhaps it is what saved the soldiers here from being tempered. Alphino, where you at, bro? Did you learn anything of note? I learned a thing or two. Then your findings are consistent with my own. Their plight is desperate indeed. The sick and injured are at greatest risk. Without warmth and proper nutrition, I fear they will soon perish. I realize there's precious little we can do for them at present, but I cannot bear to see them suffer. Please, will you help me tend to them? I am assisting Flavius. Who's there? My eyes, I can't see all that well. Thank you. The numbness has subsided a little. But I know I won't last much longer. You should look to the others who can still fight. Give them my ration. If me going hungry means someone else lives to see another day, so be it. Least I can still serve in some way. It's depressing. So those you met fare no better. I was afraid you'd say that. I know we were warned against meddling in their affairs, but we can't leave them like this. Perhaps we might gain permission to have the contingent deliver supplies. Quintus may have made his feelings on the matter quite clear, but even he must recognize they are not in a position to refuse help. Maybe Julius could persuade him. Though we'd need to persuade Julius first. Julius? A word? Por favor? Well, seen enough. Julius, the people here have barely enough food and fuel to survive. Have you and the other soldiers been able to procure any more supplies? We've been scavenging provisions from the nearby houses that most families kept, some stored away in the event they were snowed in. Still, going out and getting it is dangerous work, and we've lots of mouths to feed. Fuel is the greater concern, though. We had some ceruleum set aside until it was stolen. We haven't identified the culprit. Could have been other refugees or one of the afflicted for all we know. Either way, we're down to the last dregs. Without the heating they need, those in poor health are only going to get worse instead of better. If it's ceruleum you need, our contingent has secured a ready supply. We can have some sent over. We will not accept your charity. If we can hold on a little longer, the situation is sure to change. Everything will change. Are you so freaking proud that one of your comrades mentioned something along those lines? Those mysterious countrymen of yours, I assume? Jesus. Heard something of it, have you? Well, from what I've seen, there's little you can do to interfere. So there's no harm in telling you. One of our scouts spotted a hooded man issuing instructions to the afflicted. Or, in the bastard's words, loyal servants of the Telophoroi. Then he made his way inside the Imperial Palace, or what stands in its place. We'd identified the seat of the enemy's power, we realized. Lord Quintus dispatched a messenger to the 10th Legion saying as much, and instructing them to join forces with the provincial legions to prepare for a combined assault on the Telophoroi. Once our allies arrive, your contingent will be sent running for the hills. Then we shall reclaim the capital by our own hand. And how do you intend to survive in the meantime? At this rate, many of your countrymen will perish long before reinforcements reach Garlemald. They need help now. Say the word, and we will bring you ceruleum. Just take the help, damn it. I will speak with Lord Quintus. So, did he agree to it? No, he will not place Garlemald in the debt of her enemies. I have, however, been ordered to search for ceruleum outside, and as you are under my watch, you will come with me. Do we have a choice? Very well, after all, many hands make light work. You lot are more trouble than you're worth. We're cooperating. How are we trouble? Once we're outside, you will follow my instructions to the letter. We depart shortly. I think we're being quite nice. We will begin our search for ceruleum in Regio Urbanissima. The first location is Forum Soleus, a park to the northwest of this station. You're to remain close at all times and act only as ordered. Follow me. Well, Jesus. Okay. I think I'm going to end it here because I'm pretty exhausted and I kind of need to get away for a while away from the computer. So, what we're gonna do is we're going to raid Sekutai. He's playing Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep Final Mix. It looks kind of fun. I'm gonna continue with the story. If I decide to take tomorrow off, we'll put it in Discord and on Twitter. But so far I'm still planning on streaming tomorrow 12 to 6, just like I said I would. But just in case, if I do like need a day break, I will mention it, you know, like in Discord and on Twitter. Thank you everybody for being here today. Quicken, if you're here in a live, thank you for the bits from earlier, and everybody else, thank you for chit-chatting with me and kind of hanging out with me today. I already hit the button for it to go ahead and raid. I will just see you guys tomorrow. Thanks. Bye.